Hola a todas, hola a todos, bienvenidos a otro nuevo episodio en el que estamos aquí jugando, o sea, lo he pasado mal, gente, lo he pasado, no, podcast no, este de aquí, lo he pasado mal, lo he pasado regulín, tirando bastante regulín, estaba ahí diciendo, buah, me lo acabo, venga, Forgotten City, vamos, let's go, buah, madre mía, se viene, o sea, lo he pasado regular con esta puta mierda, lo he pasado mal. Estaba yo aquí, ¿sabes? En plan, ¿qué habrá pasado? Dios mío, quiero saber. No se sabía una puta mierda. No se sabía una puta mierda. Voy a cerrar la música un segundo. Estaba yo aquí, ¿sabes? Ahí pasándola mal, sufriéndola fuerte. Y digo, bueno, no pasa nada. Engancho el tremendo directo, me lo paso en directo rollo antes de hacer otra cosa. Acabamos la serie y ya está. Pero vino la gente de Candlekeep, la partida que hacemos con dos amigos míos, con Gerard Utaru, el youtuber que hace cositas de Final Fantasy, con L de Lara, la 2 actriz española. Y claro, estábamos ahí, ¿no? Estábamos intentando hacer todas estas cosas. Vale. Libia. ¿Cómo que Libia? Ah, coño, digo yo, ¿por qué no me puedo mover? Vale. Entonces eso, pues estaba, ¿sabes? Estaba un poquito... Vaya. ¿Ha craseado? ¡Ha craseado! En fin, ¿qué le voy a hacer? Vamos a jugar otra vez. Again. Estaba yo ahí haciendo las cosas y no se ha podido. El sábado tenía la boda de mi hermana, que ya les contaré un minicast, porque como siempre han tenido que pasar 1000 mierdas. Luego después el domingo quedé con Takemi para respirar un poco y poder, pues eso, descansar, pero venía tan cascado de la semana pasada porque la semana pasada tuve una semana... La pasada semana tuve una semana, no se hace una idea de la mierda de semana que tuve la semana pasada. No se hace una puñetera idea. Y claro, pues... Me cogí una conjuntivitis que te cagas. Pero que te cagas. No te haces una idea de la conjuntivitis que me he cogido. Ay, un segundín. Que tengo el flow activado y se me pasa el ratón al otro ordenador.
His brightness was like the light. Rays flashed from his hand, and there he veiled his power.
Ok. Libia.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw
I
it coming.
love your
Anyway, I
clothes.
thought
Ahora
you
no tiene
stoics
tiempo de
weren't
hablar.
supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Ahora con...
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
Me lo imaginaba. Sé dónde estamos.
Say it. Speak its name.
The Underworld.
Then it is true. I was right.
Sí.
I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
Claro.
I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, The shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. And still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Pues muy bien. Correcto.
Friend, you have given me hope. May you follow in the footsteps of Hercules and return to the light of day.
Vale, pues tengo la pista, supongo, pistas. Democracia en acción. Reúnete con Maleolo, pregunta a Maleolo que si él es Quinkio, encuentra pruebas que relacionan a Maleolo con el nombre de Quinkio. Necesito más pruebas que relacionan a Maleolo con el nombre de Quinkio. Averigua cómo hacer que Maleolo se retire de las elecciones. Tengo que buscar trapos sucios sobre Maleolo. Admirador secreto. Consigue una flor para Galerio. Está enamorado de alguien secreto de la ciudad y me ha pedido ayuda. Hay que mirar lo de las flores. Que Galerio salga elegido como magistrado es la única manera de sacar a Dully de la celda. Averigua cómo conseguir que Galerio sea elegido como magistrado. Tendré que hacer que vuelva a popular entre la mayoría de los votantes. Convence a Galerio para que se presente magistrado. Galerio dijo que si Maleolo se echa atrás, se nominará a sí mismo. Vale, o sea que hay que cumplir democracia en acción para quitar a Quinkio. Galerio entonces sustituye al otro señor. El pecador. Averigua cómo acabar con el acosador de Virgilio. Averigua quién está amenazando. Los cristianos tiene que ser. Opcional. Interroga a los mercaderes del foro para conseguir pistas sobre el admirador secreto de Virgilio. Tiene que ser la cristiana. Equicia me ha dicho que tengo que encontrar una placa romana y encontrarle a obelisco. Vale, la placa romana. Pregúntale a Rufio sobre la placa romana. Pregúntale a Maleo sobre la placa romana. Pregúntale a Octavio sobre la placa romana. La placa griega, la egipcia y la misteriosa. Que esas son las cosas que nos quedan hacer. Tarea Herculia. Consigue 4 placas robadas. Regla de oro. Averigua quién es más probable que rompa la regla de oro. Informa a Senkio. Parece que todos los residentes de la ciudad van a morir en cuanto alguien. Para ello Senkio me ha pedido que tal. Dile a Senkio que sospechas de Galerio. Que sospechas de Desio. Que sospechas de Virgilio. Que sospechas de Lucrecia. Que sospechas de Aurelia. Que sospechas de Ulpio. Que sospechas de Senkia. Que enfréntate con en relación al secuestro de Senkia. Dile a Senkio que sospechas de Dominico. Ha estado intimidando a los electores para que voten a Maleolo. Parecía demasiado relajado ante la desaparición de su hermana sencilla. Parece que Ulpio sabe más de sencilla sobre lo que dice. Aurelia ha estado estafando a la gente en la taberna. Lucrecia juró matar a Desos y continuaba aferrándose a la medicina que podría salvar vidas. Alguien en la ciudad cree que Virgilio es un pecador. Dejó morir a Julia al aumentar los precios de las medicinas. Se ha quitado la máscara y ha quedado claro que es un hombre iracundo, con el historial de delitos y de violencia extrema. Ah, Galerion, por lo que estaba yo en plan, ¡buah! Como encuentre algo lo mato. Y averigua tal. Vale, voy a hacerlo simplemente pues por ver si puedo quitarlo de la regla de oro. El punto de origen crea una paradoja temporal, que eso es para hacer uno de los finales. Vale, de todas formas es casi de noche, o sea que dentro de nada se acaba el día y toca reseteo. Así que a esperar. ¿Este quién es? Ah, Maleolo. Supongo que no quiere hablar porque estará viniendo. ¡Ah! ¡Se viene! ¡Se viene! Vale, vale, ok. Procede a venirse.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate.
Pero bueno, lo dicho, que la boda de mi hermana ya les contaré, pero bastante catastrófica. Una semana de mierda en la que muchos correos, mucho hablar, a ver si pagan, a ver si no pagan, facturaciones, movidas de casa, cambiar el contrato de la luz, de la energía, pegarme con Movistar, o sea, muchísimas mierdas así. Y además de esto,
Georgius, Dacius,
Male aulas.
Galerius,
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil,
Malleolus.
Ulpius,
Sentius.
Rufius,
Sentius.
and finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Sextus Sentius Imperiosus.
Ahí está.
My fellow citizens, you've placed your trust in me once again, and you won't regret it. I vow that each day henceforth will be just,
Prometo que cada día futuro será como este y lo cumpliré.
and I will deliver.
You and your rival, whatever your name is. You're responsible for this, aren't you? Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
Shut up and let the magistrate speak.
Se viene.
Malleolus is gonna be magistrate by the end of the day.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Wait, I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies. It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
The sins of the one. Ahí vamos. Y nada, pues eso. Hoy hemos ido a la farmacia. Pucci tiene problemas gástricos. Susurro una plegaria inaudible. Y peta. Y vamos. Hoy hemos ido porque Pucci tenía problemas gástricos y hemos ido a que le den algo para eso. Está con dieta blanca, le estoy ahí cocinando cositas ricas. Y yo pues tengo este ojo de aquí reventado. Así que pues ahí estoy, tratándome la conjuntivitis. Me han dicho que si es vírica se me pasará. Que si es... ya me lo he puesto maldito. ¿Qué le voy a poner maldito yo? ¿Qué le voy a poner maldito? Se fue de fiesta, se cogió una cogorza que te cagas y lleva cagando líquido 4 días. Pero pues eso. Estamos con arrocito, estamos con eso. Dietecita blanca, dietecita blanda.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back?
¿Qué tal, Galerio? Se va a romper la regla de oro dentro de poco. Necesito que le digas a todos estos Asenkyo que se preparen para entrar rápidamente en el jefe superior cuando el suelo empieza a derrumbarse. Soy lincecita y tengo bastante de lo que ocuparme. Vale, este es el tercer, vale.
What? That's a big ask. But something tells me you're not kidding. All right, I'm gonna stick my neck out and believe you. But I doubt I'll be able to gather more than a handful of people.
Es el final 3 fijo. Vale, ok, tiene sentido. Vale, entonces, ¿qué hago ahora?
You, Sisyphus, attack.
¿Rompo la regla de oro o...?
That always returns.
Vale. Vaya. Supongo que rompo la regla de oro y me voy para arriba. Ha dicho que esté ahí cuando empieza a temblar el suelo.
Ixien, turd. Cerberus lifts his dribble head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
The many shall suffer
The many shall
for
suffer.
the sins of the one.
Siga Senki hasta el santuario y a su portal de nuevo. A ver. ¿Qué tal, Senkius? ¿Cómo vamos, papá? Se han convertido en oro instant. A ver. Ah, por aquí no era, era por ahí. Hop, 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 hop. Hop, 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 hop. Vamos allá. Salto este por aquí. Vamos por aquí. Pues igual no. Pues igual no. O sea, igual tengo que venir simplemente. Y ya. Tiene miedo. Tendré que intentar hablar con ella más tarde. Voy a dejar que me ajusticie y volvemos a intentarlo. Y ahorita vamos a volver. El señor Kellop. El señor Kellop se suscribe, tier 3, 31 meses, que dice: llevamos ya un tiempecito por aquí. Supongo que esta es la del mes pasado. Estaba viendo el vídeo de los otacos nazis y voy por la mitad cuando... Y por la mitad cuando la sal, jajaja, te quiero, Lynx. Muchísimas gracias, tío. Muchísimas gracias. Me cago en todo lo que se menea. Muchas gracias por la suscripción. Gracias por ese... Bastante bien los cadáveres. Muchísimas gracias por ese tier 3. De verdad que se aprecia. De verdad que se agradece. Muchas gracias. Llevamos un tiempecito ya, sí, 31 meses. Not too shabby. Madre mía. A topésimo. A huevísimo. Muchas gracias. He pillado las llaves. Quitamos la estatua esta. Vámonos por aquí. Vámonos por aquí.
What did you idiots do? Impossible! Impossible! Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil.
¡Oh! Que me está mirando a mí. A mí no, puta. A mí no. A mí no, guarra. A mí no. ¡Ajá! Joder, cuánto dinero había ahí dentro, por favor. Qué pena que no valga para nada. Pero cuánto dinero había ahí dentro, madre mía. Pues ok. Cinco meses más y son 3 años, ya ves. ¿Qué tal?
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back?
Sí, se va a romper el regladero dentro de poco. Necesito que le digas a todos estos Senkyo que se preparen para entrar rápidamente en el aljibe superior cuando el suelo empiece a derrumbarse.
What? That's a big ask. But...
Vale, entonces ahora, supongo... No ha registrado la E. Le he dado la E, pero no ha registrado la E. No la ha registrado. No registró.
Salve, friend. Mind telling...
Ahora sí. Vale, y ahora... A las buenas. A las buenas.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
Déjame tranquilo. Sé lo de tu criatura y me da lo mismo. Quita. Quita. Ya hemos tenido esta conversación antes. Le he dicho a Galerio que traiga aquí a todo el mundo cuando se rompa la regla de oro, para que ellos también puedan escapar.
Wait, did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
Vale. Vale. Creo que este es el final 3, gente.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she?
Eres lo peor, ¿sabes? ¿Te acuerdas de Al?
So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
Sabía una forma de escapar, pero mi hija manteniendo secreto, ¿por qué? Voy a poder vivir para siempre, tal, soy un hijo de puta, voy a arder. A ver cómo sale esta. ¿Tendrás una muerte dolorosa por eso? Podría, pero le dejaré salirse con la suya.
Scintilla, where is she?
I'm right here, father.
Oh.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. The others
Tenemos
should
que
be
irnos, los
behind
demás
us.
deberían de estar a punto de llegar.
What's happening
Oye, ¿qué te
here?
pasa? ¿Salud? ¿Es tan brillante?
Light, it's so bright.
Crea una paradoja temporal. Ahí va Al.
Hi there.
No estaba, pensaba que soy Al Worth, he venido en tu búsqueda. Me llamo Lynx XD, pensaba que supieras quién soy. Qué raro, no fui yo, mentira.
I didn't for one moment think it was, but the way you say that makes me wonder. I mean, how many people with that name could there be in this place? I don't understand how you could have been here 2,000 years ago.
Cuando llegué aquí por primera vez en el presente encontré tu cadáver colgado de una soga.
I'm sorry.
Todavía tengo la nota de suicidio que grabaste en la pirámide.
God, why does this writing? I've spent a life
Vueltas, no sé qué. Lo escribió una versión distinta de ti, he cambiado el pasado y tu destino. No, no te sigo. Ayudó a Scintilla a matar al hombre que abrió un portal y te envió al pasado, lo cual impidió que eso jamás ocurriera. Hace 2000, ahora lo entiendes. Es mucho que similar. Basta de cháchara porque no nos largamos de aquí. Está aquí en el aljibe, sígueme. Vale, y ahora nos vamos al acueducto. Y algo habrá cambiado. ¿El qué? No lo sé, pero algo habrá cambiado. Igual la conversación con Karen. Para asegurarme de que nadie más se va a reír por este tiempo. Buena idea. ¡Karen!
You're back. But you're alone.
Lo he encontrado, llegará un momento.
Why don't you tell me what you
Ay, perdónenme. He descubierto que tu nombre real es Caronte. He descubierto las ruinas de una antigua ciudad subterránea.
Sounds amazing. And did you... Oh, look. Here he comes. Ow. It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kind of lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
A ver.
I don't know what became of you.
Hola, Insito XD. No sé qué ha sido de ti si leerás esto, pero Octavia, Lucrecia, Horacio, Equicia y yo nunca te olvidaremos ni por lo que hiciste por nosotros. Octavia, Lucrecia, Horacio, Equicia y yo. Joder, tampoco se fueron muchos, ¿eh? Nos entristece saber que muchos de nuestros queridos amigos no corrieron la misma suerte, entre ellos Ulpio y Galerio, quienes intentaron rescatar a Dully pero nunca regresaron. Pero no tiene sentido afligirse por lo que podía haber pasado. Lo único que podemos hacer es aceptar este regalo que nos has dado e intentar mostrar hacia los demás la misma compasión que tú nos mostraste. Te prometemos que habernos salvado la vida y no fue en vano. Scintilla et al.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Muy bien, Caronte, llévanos a casa. The ones that got away. Los que huyeron. Final 3, efectivamente. Sí. Me dijeron que el último. O sea, me dijeron. Hice el 1 y el 2 y me dijeron: no te preocupes por el tercer final, Lince, porque lo vas a sacar sin que quieras sacarlo. Y efectivamente. Efectivamente. Pues ahí está. Pues ahí está. Nos queda el final bueno. Nos queda The Good Final. Así que tarará. Gracias, Kelo, por la suscripción, por el tier 3. Y gracias, Pep Mi BZ, por la suscripción y por los 3 mesecitos. Muchas gracias. Vale. Pues vamos a por el final 4. Que nos quedará pues terminar las cosas que están ahí puestas. Pero bueno, todos los finales. ¡Todos los finales! Let's go. El 4 es el más duro. Sí, hay que hacer lo de las tablillas. Lo de las tablillas, pues es lo que es. Vale. Mierda, vale.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
¡Ah! Pero cáete al agua. Pero cáete al agua, hijo de puta. Continuar desde el último archivo guardado. ¡Pero cáete al agua! ¡Pum! Hotshot.
The many shall
He caído en el agua. 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 Maldita sea. He caído en el agua. Por favor. He escuchado el splash. No hace falta que la mate por seguir por ahí. Nah, no puedo porque le he dicho ya al tío este que...
The many shall suffer.
Le he dicho al tío este que se lleve aquí a todo el mundo. Y le tenía que haber dicho que salvase la vida a la panadera. Si tengo que hablar con el griego y el griego es amigo de la panadera y la panadera se muere, pues a lo mejor el griego no quiere ayudarme porque se ha muerto mi amiga la panadera. Así que prefiero tener uno... Joder, siempre me doy la vuelta sin necesidad, tío. Prefiero tener uno limpio, un archivo limpio, vaya, y empezar a trabajar desde ahí. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo vamos? No me maten, please. Solamente iba por el oro. Lynx, ¿para qué quieres más oro si ya no lo necesitas? Bueno, porque soy español. ¿Soy español? ¿No se ahogaron los españoles por cargar oro en Tenochtitlán? Pues es lo mismo. ¿Qué prefieres, la vida o el oro? El oro. El oro.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost?
Tengo bastante de lo que ocuparme ahora mismo. Necesito que te ocupes de ciertos asuntos con urgencia.
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
Julia se está muriendo y Lucrecia no puede ayudarla sin este Sísifo. Coge un poco y vete, date prisa. Rufio empieza a preocuparse por su reumatismo, pero si le das la corteza a sauce se calmará. Tienes que evitar que Fabia entre en el santuario vacío. Julia se está muriendo y Lucrecia no puede ayudarla sin este Sísifo. Coge un poco y vete, date prisa.
Julia? Oh no. All right, I can do that.
Rufio empieza a preocuparse. Ulpio está a punto de lanzarse al vacío desde la terraza del gran templo. Dile que Julia se pondrá bien y entrégale esta bolsa de 2000 denarios para pagar sus deudas. Rufio empieza a preocuparse por su reumatismo, pero si das corteza a sauce se calmará. Nada. Corre, corre. Haz tus cosas. Vale, vamos a ver. Crea una paradoja temporal. Regla de oro. Averigua quién es. Opcional, dile, opcional, dile, opcional, dile, opcional, dile. Vamos a hablar con el Senkius y a decirle todas esas cosas.
Keep an eye out for Centilla, would you?
Oh, another one fresh. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want?
¿Qué opinas de regla de
I
oro?
know some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing God who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an awful, incompetent God would let my sister go missing on his or her watch?
Igual es mejor que no insultes a los dioses por si acaso.
Oh, I'd say it to their faces if they had the courage to show themselves. Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought.
Bueno, al menos sabemos que blasfemiar no rompe la regla de oro.
I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving.
Supongo que tarde o temprano es real, sin duda alguna.
I suppose I'll just have to take the word of a know-nothing barbarian who just arrived, will I?
Tengo que irme.
I trust you can see yourself out.
Qué gilipollas.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
Me necesito y ya hemos tenido esta conversación. No puedo evitar que se rompiera. También hemos tenido esta conversación y tengo prisa. Podemos hablar de quién va a incumplir la regla de oro. Ya sé cómo evitar que me des una persona e incumplir aquí. Creo que sé quién es. Es Aurelia. Está vendiendo una salida, pero resulta que es cicuta. No.
It seems the gods are not concerned with her conduct, so she can't be the one you're looking for. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Regla de oro. Creo que sé quién es. Es Desio.
Why do you say that?
Me pidió ayudar cómo convertir a la gente de oro para conseguir beneficios.
When you say he asked for help, you're not thinking of helping him, are you?
Ya no.
Good. But still, he's been trying to enlist help with this for months. Even if you don't help him, it's only a matter of time before he becomes desperate enough to do it himself. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. But before we proceed, I must ask, are you sure he's the one?
Es él.
Well then, in that case, as much as it pains me to do so, I must act decisively to ensure the survival of my people. As magistrate, I hereby declare him an enemy of Rome and authorize his execution by your hand, forthwith.
¿Cómo quieres que lo ejecute? ¿Eso es incumplir la regla de oro?
I don't believe so, no. It's not a crime to carry out the lawful order of a magistrate.
¿No tendrás que juzgarlo primero?
So now you're an expert on Roman law, are you? Listen to me. We are cut off from the Empire down here, fending for ourselves on the brink of annihilation. If ever there was a time to dispense with legal procedure, it would be now. Think of it as an act of preemptive self-defense. Think of the lives you'll be saving.
Esto me da mala espina.
Perhaps you would prefer the feeling of being responsible for the deaths of everyone in this city. Now is not the time for cowardice in the guise of philosophical introspection. Now is the time for action. You have your order. Carry it out.
¿Cómo quieres que lo ejecute?
I would think that bow you're carrying should suffice.
He cambiado de idea, no sé si es él.
Very well. It looks like you'll have to continue.
Regla de oro, creo que sé quién es Dominico. Ha estado intentando intimidar a la gente para que vote Maleolo. Ha estado pidiendo sobornos para permitir que la gente hable con Maleolo.
So I'm told. But while that is distasteful, asking for tributes is not uncommon, so I don't think it's going to break the golden rule. It looks like you'll have to continue your...
Vamos a hablar de regla de oro, creo que sé quién es Galerio. Es un esclavo huido, está cabreado y te la tiene jurada. Ya ha matado antes.
You managed to extract all that from him. Well done. And I have noticed his contemptuous stares, but I had no idea he was so dangerous. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. But before we proceed, I must ask, are you sure he's the one?
Pensándolo bien, no creo que sea.
It looks like you're...
Regla de oro, creo que sé quién es Lucrecia.
Why do you say...
Amenazó con arañarle los ojos a Desio si volvía a perder a un paciente por su culpa.
Well then, you'd better make sure she doesn't lose another patient, hadn't you? Whatever it takes, do it. It looks like you'll have to
creo que sé quién es Senkia.
Why do you say that?
Parece muy tranquila con respecto a la desaparición de Senkilia.
You seem to be grasping at straws here. I can assure you, she is most upset about her sister. As am I. It looks like you'll have to continue your...
Regla de oro, creo que sé quién es Virgilio.
Why do you say that?
Al menos un residente considera que su sexualidad lo convierte en un pecador.
Why? Because he prefers the company of men? Ridiculous. Romans have always been tolerant of such predilections. I simply cannot believe that his innate preferences would break the golden rule. If I were you, I'd be looking for whichever idiot is making those accusations.
Basado.
It looks like you'll have to continue your...
Basado. Es Ulpio.
Why do you...
Creo que está reuniéndose en secreto con Senkilia antes de que ella desapareciera. Sospecho que sabe lo que ocurrió.
You suspect. I confess, I don't have a lot of sympathy for Ulpius, but you're going to need a lot more than suspicion to get to the bottom of this. It looks like you'll have to continue. Ask then. Good.
Mejor continúo con lo mío. Vale, pues ya está. Punto de origen, averigua. Opcional. Enfréntate a Senkia en su reacción al secuestro de Senkilia. Averigua quién es más probable que rompa el... Vale, habrá que hablar con él, con lo de Senkilia.
You've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation? Of course. What?
Ya sé cómo... No, creo que sé quién es. Ya sé cómo... No necesito más tiempo. Es Ulpio, es Virgilio, es Maleolo, es Senkilia, es Lucrecia, Galerio, Dominico, Aurelia. No importa, necesito más tiempo. Esperaba poder hacerte unas preguntas. Y aquí cuenta como pecado, Vigilia, funciona, no sé qué. Ahora mismo no tengo nada que preocupar. ¿Cuál es tu historia? otra cosa. ¿Cómo salir de aquí? ¿Qué opinas de regla de oro? Me gustaría que liberaras a Dully, mejor continúa lo mío. Regla de oro, creo que sé quién es. No, Conrar. Regla de oro. Ya sé que al menos incumpla. Ah, esto... Tío, quiero acabar esa side quest. Me dice que confronte... Que confronte a este puto sobre de Lucrecia. Supongo que habrá que hablar con Lucrecia para que me desbloquee. Necesito, ya hemos tenido esta conversación, es demasiado peligroso. He cambiado de opinión, voy a liberarte, olvídate de los demás, vámonos de aquí. Cruel, no soy racional, no merece la pena escapar de aquí. Si a cambio tienen que morir todos los demás. Vale. Lo siento, creo que... Te voy a liberar, marchémonos. Lo siento, pero si dejo que te vayas todos morirán. Cruel, no soy racional, es demasiado peligroso. Déjame ver si al menos puedo convencer a Senkei que nos deje marcharnos. Puede ser muy convincente. Tengo que intentarlo. Vale. Ahora debería desbloquearme lo de... Habla con este señor y dile las cositas. Y con eso he hecho todas las opcionales. He confrontado a este señor de quién va a romper la regla de oro. Y le voy a decir, vas a ser tú. Y va a decir, que me la suda todo, gilipollas. Y yo, no. Y se acabó. Va a ser más o menos así. Pasamos por aquí. Patada en el culo. Salimos por aquí. Entramos por aquí. Entramos por aquí. Salimos por aquí. Tenemos aquí a este señor. Hablamos con este tío. Sé lo que le hiciste en Kilia. ¿Yo de qué me estás hablando? La tienes en el aljibe. Se ríe, ¿sabes? Me recuerdas a él. ¿A quién? A Alworth. ¿Te acuerdas de él? Pensabas que era el único que lo sabía. Me has perturbado, no sé qué, tal cual. ¿Cuántas veces? 8 veces, impresionante. Aún así, ha sido en vano. Te has descubierto mi secreto. Sabía que encontrarías una forma de escapar y hasta encerraste a tu propia hija para meterlo en secreto. ¿Por qué? Porque quiero el canto de los pájaros, el sol en la cara. Entrégame la llave de la salida. ¿Y por qué iba a dártela? Si no la entregas puede que causes una rebelión. O sea, mejor que eso, sobre eso. Si alguien se ocurre tomarme, todo el mundo morirá. Es lo correcto. Tú y tu patética moral. A nadie le importa tu opinión o lo que deba pasar, o lo que pasa de dónde provienes, y mucho menos a mí. ¿No serás argentino tú? Y estaremos hablando de impuestos españoles. Tienes que entenderlo. No sé más que una persona idiota y útil. Ahora ni siquiera eres útil. Confirmado. Es argentino. ¿Y qué me pide? Tomarlo por la fuerza. Solo vas a conseguir esta llave pasando por encima de mi cadáver. Si muero, no te podré abrir el portal y tú habrás quedado una paradoja. Gracias a mis acciones estás donde estás en el tiempo. Si me matas, evitarás que lo haga y tu existencia aquí será imposible. Eso significa que si muero, tú vuelves a tu época, causando la muerte de toda esta gente y no podrás deshacerlo. ¿Eso es lo que quieres? Esto no se ha acabado. Encontrar una manera de destruir el ciclo. Y a ti con él. Ayuda de los dioses, les das igual y a mí también. Ahora lárgate de vista, me aburres. Averigua que es más probable que rompa la regla de oro. La regla de oro completada. Objetivo principal completado, la regla de oro. The Golden Rule. Ahí estamos. Muy bien. Pues nos quedan objetivos principales. El punto de origen, crea la paradoja temporal, que es pásate el juego, y una tarea hercúlea, consigue las 4 placas robadas. Admirador secreto, consigue una flor para Galerio. Galerio me ha pedido una flor que creo que solamente se puede conseguir camino hacia ahí. Y creo que yendo camino hacia ahí... Ave tus muertos, cabrón. Creo que yendo hasta ahí se va a poder pillar la flor en el sitio este que tenía un poquito de monis, un poquito de moníes. Si le doy la flor, lo mismo se quiere presentar a alcalde o a presidente o a lo que sea. Además de esto, habrá que hablar con el griego, que en principio ha salvado la vida a su amiga, así que no va a haber problema con eso. Y tenemos que... con cuidado, no te vuelvas a caer. Vamos a ver. Ahí está, creo. O lo mismo no, lo mismo me comí una mierda. Pero bueno, tengo que venir aquí de todas formas a hablar con la cristiana y decirle que deje en paz al gay. Ah, pues no. Vaya que mal. Habrá que buscar dónde está la puñetera flor. De todas formas vamos a hablar con la otra. Y decirle que deje en paz al gay. Que se puede meter con él por ser francés, pero por ser gay no. Sáqueme de Latinoamérica e Italia. La mejor escalera de la historia, ¿verdad que sí? No sé dónde puede estar la flor esta, tío. Tengo que buscar. De estar por aquí debería estar señalada. Tendría que estar señalada, no lo sé. ¿Dónde está la señora? ¿O has ido al foro? Pues me cago aquí. Ah, no, aquí está, aquí está. Octavia. Camuflada.
Salve, friend. Welcome.
Estoy bien, gracias. Ando buscando una placa romana que alguien ha quitado del obelisco. No podría dártelo en buena conciencia, me parece bien. Quizá al magistrado le gustaría saber todo sobre tus creencias. Inspecciona la casa de Octavia. Consigue que Octavia... Convence a Octavia para que visite el santuario secreto. Ando buscando una placa tal. Me parece bien. Entonces, ¿practicas el cristianismo? Ando buscando una placa romana que alguien ha quitado del obelisco. ¿Puedes decirme dónde se encuentra? Me parece bien. ¿Qué opinas de la regla de oro? Creo que no. Creo que la gente es buena por naturaleza. Bowie.
I suppose you've never seen what I've seen. Innocent men and women, torn apart in arenas while thousands of Romans look on and cheer.
Me mantengo en mis 13.
I wish...
Practicar el cristianismo, ando buscando la placa romana. ¿Qué opinas de la regla de oro? La gente es buena por naturaleza. Buena observación, quizá tengas razón.
Things are going to end badly for all of us down here. Unless, of course, there's some kind of divine intervention.
Me parece bien.
That's a shame.
Tú estás pegando al gay seguro. O sea, ¿quién va a ser si no eres tú? No entiendo. A ver, podría ser Ulpio. Ulpio es judío, también podía ser él. Pero no sé, tío. Aquí hay flores, pero dudo que sea esta. Tiene que ser algo que esté como bien señalizado. No tiene sentido que sea esto. Esta puerta está cerrada. ¿Esta será la puerta de Octavia? ¿O será algo del templo? Supongo que es algo del templo. No lo sé. Tenemos al Sísifo haciendo las suyas.
Salve.
Tal Julia.
Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. Galerius just saved my life. Was there something you...
Lo que hace querer descansar. ¿Cuál es tu historia? Siento oír eso. ¿Sabes cómo salir de aquí?
I know what kind of person you are. Leave me alone.
Creo que se ha enfadado porque al decir ¿sabes cómo salir de aquí? Teniendo en cuenta que antes ha hecho lo de que estaba medio suicidándose, pues ahora ha dicho, mira, ya no quiero hablar más contigo. Está en su derecho de ser gilipollas. No pasa nada. A ver. Cofre antiguo. Denarios que no son de nadie. Pues si no son de nadie, aquí están. Para volver otra vez a salvarle la vida a la payasa esta. I suppose. Aquí tenemos lo de la nota de Maevia que dice que por favor que no molestemos. Buenas flechas para convertir en oro a quien toque, si es que toca. Nada por aquí podemos bajar y hablamos con el señor de la reuma. Por aquí podemos seguir y no hay nada de nada. Por ahí se puede bajar después de salir del palacete este. No está, por lo que veo, caldero. Un cubo de madera, parece que este sueño se cayó cuando intentaba sacar agua y lamentablemente no puedo recuperarlo. Ok. Hola, señor Rufio.
Lynx.
¿A quién vas a votar? ¿Puedo hacer algo para cambiarlo? No. Quiero del reumatismo. Pero antes del reumatismo, quiero que se presente Don Limpio a las elecciones. Por ahí se va el cagadero. Por aquí no hay nada. Sacerdotisa. Horacio. ¿Quién vas a votar? No es de tu convencia. Thank you. Ha dicho que siempre será leal. Así que él no vamos a poder cambiarle el voto. Ni de coña. Vale. Pero es que claro, es pronto para cambiar votos. Porque si me pongo a cambiar votos y luego después no tengo el... Si me pongo a cambiar votos y luego no tengo el otro, no me va a valer para nada. ¡Calvo! La buena torre de dados. Teófilo organizó una orgía con 4 chicas y las decepcionó a todas por igual. Vaya, ya lo siento. Ya lo siento. Muñeco de entrenamiento. Parece que Dominico lo ha estado usando para entrenar. Me pregunto para qué habrá estado entrenando. En fin. Cuenco de frutas y verduras. Hanson, ¿cómo que Hanson? ¿Cómo que Hanson Guarra?
Oh, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia.
¿Qué tal? Está encantadora como vaya. No me interesa, lo siento. Oh, para. No, por favor, sigue.
What was that? Some kind of joke? If I take back, let's just forget.
No le vale para nada. Estoy buscando a Kabash. ¿Lo has visto?
Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I hovered. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not.
Tengo que irme.
See ya.
Hay que hablar con el griego. El griego la está liando.
And lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
this again? You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Just as the
O sea, ¿dónde estamos? En el inframundo, sí. Ahora recuerdo que tengo cosas que hacer. Pero cálmate. Vale. Cofre de Galerio. Vale, estas son las dependencias de Galerio. Tiene ahí el prototipo. Fuente de agua potable. Maqueta de una arena. Conocimiento arqueológico. Una pequeña maqueta de madera de una arena. Posiblemente la arena de Verona, que se completó en el siglo I y se sigue usando a día de hoy. Bastante bien. Cofre de Virgilio. Aquí es donde está el señor... Señor Kay. Cofre de Naevia. Perro de tinta. Cosas de escribir. Cofre de Libia. Cofre de Lucrecia. Joder, ¿y la Octavia, tío? ¿Y Octavia dónde coño duerme? La señora tendrá que dormir en algún sitio. Por aquí, supongo. Conocimiento. Muchos sufrirán por los pecados de uno solo. Este es el de Horacio. Casco de caballería. Casco con una máscara cerrada y una pluma hecha de crines de caballo teñidas. Increíble. La buena botella del estandarte. De legionario de la primera itálica. Debe haber pertenecido a Horacio. Bastante bien. Le gusta el agarum al Horacio. Cofre de Rufio. Nota incompleta. Esta es tu advertencia final. Ser pecaminoso. Averigua quién está amenazando a Virgilio. ¡Coño! ¡Era Rufio! Convence a Rufio para que deje de amenazar a Virgilio. ¡Era Rufio! Interroga al mercader del foro para conseguir pistas sobre el admirador secreto de Virgilio. ¡Era Rufio! Pero no puede ser Rufio. Nota de Cabash. Un diario de sueños de Cabash en el que escribe unos sueños recurrentes acerca de un desconocido llamado Kerti. Cabash, a ver, ponle modo lectura. Joder. Cabash a Cabash. Le he explicado mis sueños a Lucrecia y me ha dicho que quizás pueda adivinar su significado si los escribo. Anoche volvió a ocurrir. El hombre junto al río hizo un acto de presencia, como siempre, con la cara cubierta en la sombra desde ese tocado de carnero tan peculiar. De nuevo se presentó como Kerti. Caronte, y me dijo que me había sacado del río. Me pareció que esbozaba una sonrisa al decir su nombre, como si significara algo que no podía entender. En efecto, su nombre me suena, pero no puedo recordar dónde lo he escuchado. Creo que no volveré a dormir bien hasta que lo averigüe. ¿Quién es Kerti? Si yo te contase, Cabash, si yo te contase. Jarrón. Un jarrón peculiar, antiguo, con formas geométricas. Sin duda alguna no es romano, a saber de dónde ha venido. Está todo un león. Y este es el... O sea, ¿dónde está el cuarto de Lucrecia, tío? Puto Rufio. Puto Rufio. Fucking Rufio. Cofre antiguo. Esto no es de nadie. Botella de vino. Probablemente la última botella de vino en la ciudad. Ojo, cuidado. Buena botella de vino, papá. Ojo. No sé a dónde voy. ¡Oh! Piscis. Esto es... Esto es un puchos. Esto es tabla de madera. Una tabla de madera con el símbolo de un pez. Parece de carácter religioso. Sí, 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 sí. Así escribían lo de Cristo. El Pustos. Pustos se llamaba, creo. Placa romana. ¡Oh! Plutio displater. Una placa con una inscripción en latín que dice Plutón, padre de las riquezas. Coger objeto. Pues ya tengo la placa romana. Puerta cerrado. ¡A mamarla! a mamar la guarra. La tenía ella. ¡Qué puta! La tenía ella. Calladísimo se lo tenía. Vale, ahora lo mismo puedo chantajear al griego. Para que me diga tal. Y al Virgilio este, tengo que ir a hablar con el otro señor y decirle, mira, ¿ves este arco? Lo mismo quieres que te lo presente, payaso. Pelea, se viene pelea. A ver. Graffiti, las pálidas sombras moran sin carne ni huesos. Vale, sí, esta es la nota de Livia, que decía lo de la trama de destrucción de sus primos, maridos, vuelven a buscar con incesante trabajo el agua que han perdido. Bastante bonito. Querido Gede. Querido J. Daniel K. A través de Prime, 6 meses, que dice: hola, ¿qué tal, Dani? ¿Cómo va eso? Espero que maravillosamente. Espero que maravillosamente. ¡Rufio! ¿Eres tú quien está amenazando a Virgilio? Sé que fuiste tú. Encontré una carta sin terminar en tus aposentos. Solo te voy a pedir que dejes de amenazarlo. Te voy a hacer daño y mut. Solo te voy a pedir que dejes de amenazarlo. Si eso es cierto, ¿por qué no se ha roto ya la regla de oro?
Well, I don't know. Maybe God hasn't noticed yet. But when he does, we're going to have a problem.
Me parece que tu nerviosismo es una amenaza mayor que los asuntos personales de Virgilio. A los dioses de Roma no les importa la homosexualidad, así que ¿por qué les iba a importar Virgilio?
There's only one true God. And he laid waste to Sodom and Gomorrah. Because of exactly this kind of thing.
¿Cómo crees que reaccionaría el magistrado si supiera que entraste en una secta? ¿Quién fue el que dijo: haz a los demás lo que no quieras que... ¿Quién fue el que dijo: haz a los demás todo lo que quieras que te hagan a ti? Haz a los demás todo lo que quieras que te hagan a ti.
I am doing that. If I was about to get everyone else killed, I would want someone to stop me.
Parece que nada de lo que digo va a cambiar. ¿Cómo crees que reaccionaría el magistrado si supiera que estuviste en una secta?
I don't like where this is going.
Deja en paz a Virgilio, te delataré ante todos.
I have no idea what you're talking about. And unless you want your jaw broken, I think it's best. I have nothing to say to you, kaput murder.
Vaya. Vaya. Lo siento. Lo siento, señor.
Gladly and so you give and you said and of course so we unless of well my vote my vote isn't for sale. Some I mean which me and fair enough. Nice to talk.
Pegador. No te gusta teoría, ¿de verdad que eres el responsable de cagar con todos?
Welcome back. Well, my vote is... Well, Malleolus is talking... My...
Pues tu historia.
But
Cuéntame más sobre la ciudad, cuéntame más sobre la arquitectura, cuéntame más sobre el templo del risco. Sobre la arquitectura. No importa vuestra la ciudad, podremos intentar escapar. Cuéntame más sobre la historia de la ciudad. Eso es habitual que... Ah, ¿qué quiere decir? Nada, hablar de otra cosa. Ah, no me ha salido lo de la esta. Debería... No sé, voy a tener... Es que no sé qué hacer con el tal Rufio este, tío. Darle la... No lo sé. Cofre de Jorge. No le quiero robar los denarios. Hola, Giorgio. ¿Qué tal? Lo sé. Quiero saber dónde soy, pero quiero hacer más preguntas. Estoy buscando a Kabash. He oído que tú fuiste la última persona... ¿Dónde podría encontrar una placa griega?
And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes, but the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpine. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Tully. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people.
Es el puto...
And besides, it makes him happy. So I said, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
El templo de Demeter. Ok. Pero Dully está encerrado. Estoy buscando a Kabash y he oído que tú fuiste la última persona que lo vio.
I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath the ash.
Puedes confiar en mí. Los extranjeros debemos ayudarnos, ¿recuerdas?
Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please keep it to yourself. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the Temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest. And yet the next day, when I return, the food is missing.
¿En qué sentido esto es un problema?
The offering, it is symbolic, you see. It is never eaten. So I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in. But do you know what I saw?
No tengo ni idea. ¿Animales? ¿Alguien que ha estado bebiendo?
Nothing. Nobody entered. And yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, he was never seen again.
¿Dónde está el templo de Demeter?
It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last building on your right.
Marcha al templo de Demeter.
I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. It would break my heart to be responsible for 2 people disappearing. But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred by such warnings. So just be careful, I beg you.
Ok. El único templo griego. A los baños. And on the right. Este es el de Demeter. Este es de una mujer. Quizá algún residente griego de la sopa. Vale, ok. Por última vez, Desio, no te voy a hacer un arco. Jarrón. Griego, personas, formas geométricas. Justo. Manzana. O investigar el templo que para encontrar pista del paradero de Kadash. Jarrón griego pintado en el que está representada una batalla. Cargando. Bueno. Una lira que se tocaba con un plecro. Busto. Estatua, lira. ¿Qué es esto? ¡Hola! Pregúntale al anciano si ha visto a Kadash. ¡Buah! La placa egipcia, papá. La tengo ya en las manos, papá. Me llamo Lynxesito XD.
It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here?
Ando buscando a Kadash.
Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I've been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else.
Bueno, se viene. El de la review. Ya me está retando. Ya me está retando un debate.
I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the golden rule?
Plutón, dios del inframundo.
Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue?
Parece fácil.
Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong?
No es algo que en lo que suelo pensar. No sé, es una cuestión difícil.
You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the golden rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult.
Así es.
Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the golden rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
¿Qué versión del bien y del mal?
That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
La ley romana. No, creo que no.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet?
Creo que no existe eso que llaman una moral adecuada. Supongo que todavía no lo hemos averiguado. Creo que no existe eso.
So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in?
Creo que hemos de decidirlo nosotros. Creo que debemos seguir las leyes y las costumbres. Creo que tenemos que decirlo nosotros.
So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right, then is it right?
No, en absoluto.
I agree, but why? Didn't you just say right and
Dios
wrong
mío, Sócrates, me cago en tus putos muertos. Si piensas que está bien matar a tu mujer, es que estás confundido o enfermo.
I see. So you get to decide right from wrong. The people who see things differently are not allowed. What makes you special?
Empatía es la piedra angular de la moral humana.
Empathy, the emotion? Let me ask you this. Imagine you were forced to choose between the death of your beloved spouse and the death of two innocent strangers. Knowing there will be no legal consequences, who would you mark for death?
A los dos
Of
desconocidos.
course, everyone would. Our empathy, like a siren song calling us away from our true path, would lure us toward the greater evil. Can such a beguiling thing be a reliable cornerstone for anything, let alone the perfect moral code?
Quiero cambiar mi respuesta.
Good. Never discourage anyone who continually makes progress, no matter how slow. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong?
No sé, es una cuestión
You're an
difícil.
overthinker too, but if you struggle with right and
Así es.
well, that's reassuring. You see, so to net.
Oh. Por supuesto.
So let me ask you this: is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
Hay más.
How can that be? Since they all have differences, it follows that in some cases they would offer different conclusions about what is right and wrong. If there is a correct moral code, then wouldn't it follow that only one can be the correct one?
El código moral correcto depende de las leyes y costumbres de la sociedad en la que te encuentres. Quizá no existe la moralidad correcta. El código moral correcto depende de las leyes y costumbres de la sociedad en la que te encuentres.
Ah, you know, I think you'd find an ally in Herodotus, the scribe from among my people who lived some 400 years ago. He told the story of a man named Darius, whose curiosity was piqued when he learned that a certain tribe had the practice of eating their dead. He asked some Greeks who burnt their dead, "What would it take for you to eat your dead?" Aghast, they replied, "Nothing." Then he asked the tribe who ate their dead, "What would it take for you to burn your dead?" "Nothing," they replied, equally aghast. From this, Herodotus concluded that custom is king, that right and wrong are merely local ideas which do not survive the journey from one tribe to another. I take it you're in agreement?
Sí.
Then let me ask you this. If you visited a tribe where they ate each other, copulated with the dead and drank wine from cups made out of human skulls, would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such conduct?
No, supongo que
And
no.
that's credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument.
¿A dónde quieres llegar?
My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong.
Buena observación. No lo sé. ¿Dónde está la opción de no matar?
Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made, such as where it is necessary for self-defense or to prevent a greater evil. For any rule, you can imagine there are countless situations in which that rule may be suspended, and those situations are impossible to codify. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all.
Creo que te equivocas.
Well, reasonable minds may differ, and if utopia really is possible, then I would be glad to be wrong. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
¿Dónde puedo encontrar a Kabash?
I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans.
De momento estoy contigo.
However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription.
¿Qué decía?
We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail.
¿Qué hay ahí?
There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate.
Verás, llave de las catacumbas. ¿Qué opinas de la regla de
Did we
oro?
not discuss it at length already? Oh, I see. You're toying with me. Ha.
¿Sabes cómo salir de aquí?
Ha. If I did, would I be living like this?
¿Cuál es tu historia?
You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story.
Escucho.
I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully.
Algo me
Back
suena.
then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good.
Tenía muy pocos amigos.
I found myself in a tavern, in an argument with a drunken mercenary. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed.
Vaya.
I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny.
¿Hades te refieres a Plutón?
They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto, but long before that, my people called him Hades.
¿Por qué no puedes volver a la superficie?
My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again.
¿Por qué no puedes decirme tu nombre?
I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive.
¿Dónde está todo el mundo?
I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years.
¿Cómo has sobrevivido aquí abajo?
Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation, so I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner.
Este se mata a pajas. Se mata a pajas. Dios mío. Tengo que irme.
Enjoyed our chat, but please keep my presence here a secret. Yes.
Muy bien, lo haré. Mírale, mírale, mírale. Se mata a pajas. Pescado colgado. Los dientes de pescado deben de haber ayudado al anciano a compensar la falta del sol. Claro, el aceite. Por supuesto. Dios mío.
Ah, you've returned.
Bañera. Una bañera grande casi remodelada como una cama un tanto excéntrica. Eso está bien. Amigo del filósofo, debe ser uno de los amigos del filósofo que murió antes que él. Báchese. Puerta para ir cerrada desde otro lado. Jarrón egipcio. Dios mío de mi vida. Uf. Qué guarros. Es que claro. Se mueven y como para acertar. Se mueven y como para acertar. Su puta madre. Una placa egipcia cuya traducción es: muchos sufrían por los pecados de uno solo. Menos mal que es arqueólogo, papá. Si no, nos habríamos enterado de medio juego. Estatua dorada. ¡Oh! El juego de mesa egipcio, míralo. Qué maravilloso. Un tablero de Senet, un antiguo juego del que se han olvidado las reglas. Voy avanzando con miedo de que se mueva una de estas guarras. Una placa egipcia cuya muchos sufrían por los pecados de uno solo.
Stop. Do not come any closer. Who are you?
¡Kabash! Me llamo Lincesito. ¿Quién eres tú?
I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors.
Ando buscando la placa egipcia. ¿Te parece que soy de Grecia o Roma?
Trousers, boots. Curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want?
Ando buscando una placa egipcia.
To what end?
Quiero devolverla al obelisco.
That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it and restore the honor of Osiris.
Osiris. Una placa que tiene inscripción jeroglífica. Osiris, el señor del silencio. Fue demasiado fácil.
Now, as for the other plaque.
¿La cuarta placa? ¿La conoces?
Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was.
¿Me la das?
You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it.
¿Por qué?
Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie.
¿Y eso?
I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is?
Conocimiento arqueológico. La Duat. ¡Ojo! La sacadita de polla.
Indeed, and I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kirti, they renamed to Keron, as if that desecration was not enough. They built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew.
¿O no? Entiendo por qué estáis enfadados con los griegos y los romanos.
I am glad to hear it, which brings me to this other, fourth plaque. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more.
Si me la das, yo me encargaré de destruirla. ¿Por qué dice la inscripción?
You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name.
Detente, la necesito.
You are too late. It is done.
Atrévete a bajar al inframundo egipcio. Ojalá no lo hubieras hecho.
It could not have gone any other way. It was Osiris's will. Now, the thing of evil you sought is gone. Why are you still here?
¿Sabes cómo salir de aquí?
This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of my people. If our ways are to be remembered, it falls to me.
¿Qué opinas de la regla de oro?
I think if someone is to break the golden rule, it will not be me. For I try to live as I always have by the command of the goddess Ma'at. Do to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people that gold is the skin of the gods.
¿Qué crees que hay abajo?
I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld? Perhaps it is infinite darkness. Perhaps it is the lair of Amit, the devourer of souls. All I know is it would be unwise to venture down there.
Eso no hace más que aumentar mis ganas de bajar ahí.
Is everyone so contrary where you are from? Do not even consider it.
¿Cuál es tu historia?
I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kirti, and at the time, I simply thought him odd. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kirti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the Book of the Dead.
Tengo que irme.
Good. Be gone from this place. Wait. You are planning to go down there. I see it in your eyes.
Ya veremos.
I urge you, return to the surface with the Romans. It will be safer for you.
Placa sumeria. La placa pone una descripción con uniforme que reza Nergal, el fiero. Furro. Madre mía. Sumeria, papá. También tenía furritos. Por favor, quiero salir. Placa de latón corroída. ¡Ah! 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 Ya veo. Así va a ser, entiendo. Entiendo, así va a ser. Ya veo cómo es. Ya veo cómo es. Barricadas. Parece que estos sumerios intentaron defenderse de algo. No me gusta eso que me estás hablando, ¿eh? Una placa de latón corrida con inscripciones sumerias. Parece ser una placa de presión que activa algún tipo de trampa.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise.
No, caballo.
You will die here.
No hace falta que esto caiga con violencia.
I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true God of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed?
Tú escúchame.
Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
Si se puede decir algo con la verdad, entonces merece ser destruido. Si se puede destruir algo con la verdad, entonces merece ser destruido. No hay nada malo en construir sobre los edificios de otros que vienen antes que tú.
That may be true of many things, but this is different. If our gods were copied and corrupted from an older civilization, does that not mean they are false? Does that not mean our prayers to our gods all fell on deaf ears because we were not even addressing them by their true names?
Si los dioses existen, no es posible que tengan más de un nombre verdadero. No habría servido de nada. Dudo que los dioses respondan a las plegarias de nadie. Esta. Nombre verdadero.
Now that I think about it, my people would sometimes call Osiris the god of many names. Perhaps it is so. But the underworld of my people is so different to this one, and so unlike the way it was described by our priests. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience?
Seguramente, pero echa el juego de los sacerdotes. ¿Quieres ser buena persona? ¿Querer ser buena persona no merece la pena de por sí?
I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly.
Si fuiste bueno en vida solo porque esperabas una recompensa, fuiste realmente bueno. Aunque vuestras creencias sobre lo que hay después de la muerte no sean acertadas, ¿acaso lo importante no es que os motiven para llevar una buena vida?
Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point?
Vas a abandonar toda una vida de buena conducta cuando más importa, solo porque has descubierto que te han engañado.
You are persuasive. Very well. I will let you live, and you may do what you will with that plaque. I will remain here for a while and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations of my people's beliefs. Go.
Gracias, Kabash. Ok. Nada por ahí. Ah, claro, digo. ¿Por qué hay aquí como sitios para bajar si no llevan a nada? Porque es un figurat, pedazo de palurdo.
You again. What is it now? Of course, as the Romans say, may fortune smile on you.
Ay, Dios mío. Los buenos sumerios, tío. No lo había ni pensado. No lo había ni pensado. Ah, esta es la puerta que está cerrada antes. No lo había ni pensado. Fíjate tú.
Good to see you again, friend. Did you find what you need? I enjoy.
Lo encontré. Encontré lo que está buscando, yes. Por aquí es por donde he venido. Ok.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your heart. Remarkable.
Buena banda sonora, me gusta. Muy bien. Tres placas. 3 placas. Nos queda la de Duli. El tesoro de Duli, que es la griega. Y para liberar a Duli tenemos que conseguir que Don Limpio gane las elecciones. Va a ser curioso. Va a ser fastidiado. Va a ser fastidiaico.
Hello? Hello?
Sube esa placa griega de tu celda.
It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it.
¿Me la puedo quedar?
But if I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and
I'd be sad.
La necesito para algo muy importante.
But it's mine, and I really like it. I want to keep it.
Vale, ¿qué haría falta para que me lo des?
Well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore because I'd already be happy. Then you could have it, and you'd be happy too.
Sé que no va a soltarte. Tal vez si tuviéramos un nuevo magistrado.
Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything.
O sea que solo necesito convencer a todo el mundo para que vote a Galerio.
Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque and everyone will be happy.
Muy bien.
Bye bye. Hello. Bye bye.
La placa. La placa. Ya veo la placa.
Hello.
Ya veo la placa. Ya veo la placa. Ahí está la placa. Ahí está la puta placa. Vamos a poner al calvo en el poder. Vamos a poner al calvo en el poder. Let's fucking go. ¿Dónde está el calvo? Tarea Herculia. Consigue las 4 placas. Punto de origen. Crea una paradoja. Admirador secreto. Consigue una flor para Galerio. Me cago en todo. Hombre virtuoso. Convence a Galerio para que se presente magistrado. Galerio dijo que si Maleo se echa atrás, se nominará a sí mismo. Averigua cómo conseguir que Galerio sea magistrado. Tendré que hacer que se vuelva popular entre la mayoría de votantes. El pecador. Averigua quién está amenazando a Virgilio. Interroga a los mercaderes para tal. Convence a Rufio para que deje de amenazar a Virgilio. Averigua cómo acabar con el acosador de Rufio. Placa griega. Encuentra la placa griega. Vale. No sé si resetear o qué. Igual es buen tiempo para un reset. Igual no.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Se está haciendo de noche tirando a Quick. Vale, ahí está la granja. Parkour, parkour. Está el puto calvo. Huevos de oca. Un montón de huevos de oca puestos por la oca de la ciudad. Dejar objeto. ¡Oh! Huevos dorados de oca. Huevos de oca convertidos en oro. Parecen valiosos. Ok. Cabrita. Ahora es de oro. No, que es no more queso for anyone. Vale. ¿Será esa la flor? Dudo que sea esa, pero podría ser esa. Aquí tenemos al que quería coger y cuando cogía los frutos se iba a la mierda. La sacerdotisa. Quiero hablar con el tío este. Quiero hablar con el señor de la granja.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Dudo que sea esa la flor. Tiene que ser algún sitio en el que se pueda trepar con el arco. Por narices, vaya. A ver a dónde está el puñetero. Calviño este. Aquí tenemos la señora esta. El griego. Cerrado el cofre de ella. Vasija decorativa. El tonti este. Nota de Duli. Por aquí volvemos otra vez a este sitio. No tardan en votar. Se está haciendo de noche. Y cuando lo hagan se va a liar.
Salve. Welcome back. Well, nice.
Y de Jorge, ¿cómo eso?
My friend, have you discovered anything about my vanishing offerings?
Sí, pero si te lo digo es probable que rompa la regla de oro.
Truly, my imagination runs wild. But if what you say is true, I will have to satisfy myself with being dissatisfied. Should I stop my offerings though? Is there any danger?
Deberías dejarles. Hazme caso.
Very well. I will trust your judgment, my friend. Now, was there something you wanted? I hope that our
Te diría algo del otro señor, pero parece que no es necesario. Cerrado, este es el templo de Atenea, el templo de Apolo, la sacerdotisa. He encontrado 3 placas ya.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this?
¿Te puedo hacer preguntas sobre lo de escapar del inframundo? Livia tiene razón, estamos en inframundo.
That is quite a lot to take in. You'll have to give me a moment.
Let's see. If that is indeed the case, I suppose we'd better figure out what to do about it, hadn't we? We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian...
Este ya me lo has dicho. La ayuda Proserpina. Continúo con el mío. Vale, 4 tal. Me falta la del calvo, pero tengo que coger al calvo y decirle que se tiene que presentar. Y no sé dónde está. Por aquí se va la granja. Por aquí se va al foro. Igual ha acabado el trabajo del día, está en el foro.
Horatius?
Oh.
Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Centilla. And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking, what if there is something I can do? What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax, get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day. How'd you do?
I suppose you're right.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just...
Así es una conjetura. Sea mejor que no trabajes.
Hey, maybe the... All right. I saw you slide down that rope before, and strange too, since that device you used is exactly their out. Anyway,
¿Qué necesitas?
Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the middle of the lake.
Okay.
It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device. Only do you think you could use the device again and
Claro, ¿para qué necesitas? Me temo que no tengo tiempo. Vale, se acaba el día. Vamos a morir. Pero puedo coger tu puta flor, Antes de que nos vayamos a la puta. Antes de Many Will Suffer, ¿sabes? Vale, ok. No así. Not like this. Ok, coger la puñetera flor. La flor para galería. Ya estaríamos. Vale, se viene reseteo. ¿Qué tal, señor?
Welcome back. Well, nice to talk.
Podemos intentar aprovechar para pillar algo incriminatorio en la casa de este señor antes de que nos vayamos a la puta. Algo incriminatorio. Cofre de Octavia. Nota de Octavia, leer. Soy una amistad anónima de Octavia. Que el Señor te bendiga y te tenga en su seno. Siento no poder arriesgarme a debatir esto contigo en persona, pero si no me equivoco eres creyente como yo. Es posible que no pueda rezar tus alabanzas abiertamente aquí, pero ten en cuenta que somos más. Si en algún momento necesitas donde rezar, hay un lugar especial a las profundidades de las cuevas que hay tras el teatro. Gira a la derecha en la primera bifurcación y de nuevo a la derecha en la segunda. Indicaciones para llegar a un santuario secreto entre las cuevas de detrás del teatro. Gira a la derecha en la primera bifurcación y también en la segunda. Vale, o sea, esto era la pista para... Esto era la pista para poder... Ah, esta, claro. Vale, esta es la habitación de Octavia. Ok, la habitación que está buscando en otro sitio. Era este, tenía ahí el mapa del tesoro para llegar a la otra tal que he encontrado simplemente explorando. Eso está bien. Nota por ahí, pero nada que se haya visto. Por aquí. Cofre de Equicia, que tiene dinero. Por aquí se puede salir directamente por el otro lado. Tarro de tinta. Este señor no está aquí porque estará ya preparándose para irse al otro sitio. Habitación para tal. Esto es la cocina. Con toda esta clase de historias. Nada por aquí. El fogón. Vamos a subir por aquí. Bolsa de moneda.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Justo. Mi norma, Dios de la estrategia. No quería robar. Si no tengo necesidad, Plutón. Si sabes que no tengo necesidad. Sabes que no tengo necesidad, Plutón. Sabes que no tengo necesidad ninguna, Plutón. Ninguna necesidad tengo, ninguna. La he visto puesta y he dicho, ¿qué es esto? Y al tocar, pues he tocado. ¿Debería haber tocado? No, pero he tocado porque, pues bueno. A veces pasa. ¿Cuánto dinero tengo? Inventario. Tengo 15.000 denarios, tío. Si no, no es necesario. Cada reseteo me cuesta 2.000, pero bueno, como estos. Momento España. Un poco momento España sí ha sido, sí. Un poco momento España sí que, ¿sabes? Sí que ha sido, sí que ha sido. Vale, vamos a ver. Buena, thank you. Buena. Me cago en la leche. Vamos a ver. No te importa decirme quién es y por qué llevas ese arco en la espalda. Se va a romper la regla de oro dentro de... No, soy Lynx y necesito que ocupes de ciertos asuntos. Ayer está muriendo y Lucrecia puede ayudarla con este Sísifo. Dale un poco. Tienes que evitar que Fabia entre en el santuario vacío y entregarle tal. Aquí está. Olvio está a punto de lanzarse al vacío. Tal, los 2.000 denarios. Tacata. Rufin empezó preocuparse por su reumatismo. Si le da esta corteza de sauce, se calmará. Podría darle esto, pero no se supone que se lo tengo que dar yo para...
Poor guy. My uncle was a victim at rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. All right, got it.
Eso es, ver lo que puedas. Vale, quiero pensar que esto va a hacer que el otro señor diga: ah, pues iba a votar al otro gilipollas, pero este señor me ha curado el reumatismo, así que ahora le votaría a él, ¿sabes? En caso de que consiga quitarle. Vale, entonces, si es que tenemos ya todo, lo único que nos falta es hablar con el tonto este y ver si podemos hacer algo al respecto. O sea, tenemos admirador secreto. Enséñale la flor a Galerio. Hombre virtuoso. Averigua cómo conseguir que Galerio sea elegido como magistrado. Convence a Galerio para que presente magistrado. El pecador. Averigua cómo acabar con el acosador de Virgilio. Convence a Rufio para que deje de amenazar a Virgilio. Placa griega. Encuentra la placa griega. Vale, voy a intentar hablar con Rufio. A ver si Rufio deja de hacer el gilí. Y si Rufio se calma las tetas, vamos a guardar la partida. Rufio, cálmate las tetas, por favor. Parece que no tiene tiempo, tendré que hablar con él más tarde. Rufio, please. ¿Será porque todavía no ha llegado el otro? ¿Será porque todavía no ha llegado el otro a salvarte? Ella te guiará. Está muy bien eso que me dices. Será mejor que te... A eso no vuelvan a cruzarse. Desconocido armado, gracias por tus servicios al imperio. Te dejaré vivir. Es el cagadero, ¿no? Sí, cagadero. Cagadero, brasero.
Not a good time, friend. Not a good time, friend.
Supongo que esto estará así, porque el otro va a venir a... ¿sabes? Vale. Vale. Está haciendo las tareas. Así que hasta que no acabe las tareas, supongo que me como una mierda. Vale, pues Enrique acaba las tareas. Si no acaba las tareas, vamos a... Vamos a meternos en la casa del otro señor, ya que estamos. Y a ver qué encontramos por ahí. Sí, fue. Esto... Pero aquí había algo, aquí había... Insertar placa, insertar placa, insertar placa, insertar placa. Las insertaré cuando las tenga todas. Oye, aquí en la parte de abajo había... Saltabas y te caí. Había, claro, o sea, había... No entiendo. No entiendo. Continuar del último motivo de guardado. O sea, la última vez que vine ahí había... La última vez que vi estaba como hundido y me pude tirar. Bueno, vamos por el otro lado y ya está. A ver. ¡Vámonos! La abrirá el otro al cometer suicidio. Es probable. Es probable que sea así, sí. Lo he pensado. Lo he pensado. A ver, también me sirve.
Isn't the great temple majestic? A new face, are they? Oh. But if you... May 14.
Vale. Bolsa de monedas, no la toques. Vale. Por aquí bajamos. Voy a intentar hablar con Claudia y decirle, sé que tu marido es tu marido. Y le puedo destruir a cambio de, yo qué sé. Si es que por aquí no veo nada más. Ah, Julia, sus secuestradores Maleolo y Claudia. Os maldigo hasta lo más profundo. Cuando leéis esto ya habré muerto. Prefiero morir a pasar otro día como esclava por mis dedos con vosotros. Que los witch se picoteen vuestros hígados en el tártaro durante toda la eternidad. Nota de Ulpio. Y Ulpio, de Ulpio a su vieja amor, que Dios te proteja. Por favor, quiero que sepas que aguanté todo lo que pude, pero sin ti mi vida no tiene sentido. Solo espero que vamos a encontrarnos en el paraíso. Jarrón griego pintado en el que está representada una batalla. Dejar objeto. Buen agape, frutas, verduras, pan. La despensa.
I'm not supposed to be in here.
¿Vamos a hablar?
Talk? What business could you possibly have with me?
¿Qué te parecería que te ayudara a vengarte de Maleolo?
An intriguing proposition. Go on.
Se viene. Creo que Maleolo no es quien dice ser.
Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that?
Una simple corazonada. Esperaba que pudiéramos desenmascarar su identidad.
You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me?
Quiero forzarlo a que se retire las elecciones. Odio que trate tan mal a una mujer que es hermosa. Pero quiero forzarlo a que se retire las elecciones.
Withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his plans to become a magistrate, you must think me quite mad. I've heard enough.
Me lo figuraba.
It is. Come.
Me lo figuraba. Cargar partida. Auto. Yes. Ese es ahí 13. Vamos allá. Me lo figuraba, me lo figuraba. Prefiero no decirlo, podemos decir. Palacio cerrado, este señor a lo suyo. Templete.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there.
Por la puerta, desbloqueamos. Venimos por aquí. Subimos.
I'm not. You know, so now but.
Odio que traten tan mal a una mujer tan hermosa.
Oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would seethe with impotent rage if he overheard you say that. I love it. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me.
¿Qué quieres?
I want you to bring me some wine.
Buah, como
Just
este,
one
papá.
small urn should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out?
¿Por qué quieres vino?
Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom, but what he doesn't tell you is that he means freedom for men. After all I've done for him, counseling him through his entire election campaign, and he had the audacity to lock me in here. He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate. I'll show him unbecoming. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in front of everyone. I am so looking forward to it.
¿Por qué no lo consigues tú?
You mean, aside from the fact that I'm locked in this room, and Domitius is right outside the villa, because there's barely any left in the city. In fact, there's only one small urn, as far as I'm aware. And getting it won't be easy.
Esas son todas las preguntas que tienes que hacer.
So, you'll help me?
Tengo un poco de vino aquí.
Thank you. Here's the letter.
¡Se vino! Una carta de amor en la que Maleolo admite de forma accidental que su nombre es Quinkio. Quinkio es amada Claudia. Pasé un tiempo desesperado pensando que estaba aquí atrapado hasta el fin de mis días, pero entonces te conocí y descubrí que siempre y cuando esté contigo, estoy donde debería estar. No alcanzo a expresar con palabras el afecto que siento por ti, y por ello realizo este gesto en tu honor. Me convertiré en magistrado de la ciudad, para así gobernar con sabiduría y fuerza, contigo a mi lado.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is.
Según esta carta de recompensa del emperador Nerón, es quien provocó los incendios de Roma el año pasado.
What? He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know.
No, creo que me la quedo yo. Claro, puedes quedarte en la mesa, lo sabrán. Claro, puedes quedarte con esta. Yo puedo conseguir otra copia. No, creo que me la quedo yo.
What? No. You tricked me. You mendacious little stalkers.
No te he mentido.
It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. May Jupiter cut you down.
Tengo que irme.
I curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable to walk or eat or drink. May this drag you to the depths. This is outrageous.
Bébete un vino, guapa. Vale, vámonos. Querido Maleolus, te vas a retirar de las maravillosísimas elecciones. Quiero que te retires de la selección, así que tú eres Quinkio. Tienes ojo verde y otro azul, justo como el emperador Nerón. Todavía puedo probar que eres tú. Quiero que te retires de las elecciones.
Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
Porque eres Kinkyo, tu mujer me dio tu carta de amor y Nerón quiere verte muerto.
So, it finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you, what, one of Nero's assassins?
El emperador envía Neron sends his regards. No lo soy, por suerte para ti.
So, you're not going to kill me?
No si te retiras de las elecciones de inmediato y condonas las deudas a quienes tienes atados con ellas.
Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'll let me live?
Sí.
I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There, you got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
Perfecto. Horacio.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrates.
No te mates, tío. Es que he cambiado de idea. Está a punto de convertirse en magistrado, señor. Se ha desperdiciado tanto esfuerzo y dinero. Son mis órdenes, quiero que se cumplan. Como desee, señor. Galerio parece que no tiene tiempo, tendré que intentar hablar con él más tarde. Galerio, a que te reviento la puta vida. Creo que es porque están hablando los otros. ¡Oh! ¡La hoja! ¡Está pequeña! Vale. Huevos convertidos en oro parecen valiosos. Coger objeto. Gracias por contarme la seriedad de los demás. Ciudadanos, tengo que anunciar. Maleola ha retirado su candidatura a las elecciones de hoy. A no que surjan nuevos nominados antes de anochecer, Senkyo se ha reelegido como magistrario por defecto. Eso es todo.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked. How is...
Vale, ahora no puedo.
Oh, of course. I saw you slide down that rope before. There. And there I was thinking... Anyway,
¿Qué necesitas?
Well, I've been trying to... It's too steep. Do you think you could...
Ya tengo una flor idéntica.
Really? You already have it? That's impressive. You're just a step ahead, aren't you? This is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean. Now I just have to figure out how to give it to her. What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we met. But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be terrible.
¿Qué es lo peor que podría ocurrir?
You mean, aside from her execution? You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront to the gods and a capital offense. Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. Oh, and I'd get flogged to death for good measure. But at the same time, she's just so kind and graceful, and I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her, it'll burn a hole in my chest. I don't know what to do. What do you think? What would you do?
Oh, creo que debería decir lo que sientes por ella y ignorar las consecuencias. Creo que puedes admirarla discretamente a la distancia. Si quieres que te diga la verdad, obrígate de ella. Creo que puedes admirarla discretamente a la distancia.
I suppose you're right. What I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel and find out how she feels without risking her life. What do you say? Do you think you could help me one more time?
Muy bien.
Wonderful. Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Tell her I'll keep my distance and that I just want her to know that she's loved.
Qué romántico, yo me encargo.
Thank you. Come back as quick as you can and tell me what she says.
Pues bueno.
A new face, are they? And make.
Alguien quería que te diera esta flor.
Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite too. Who do I have to thank for this?
Supongo que es de tu admirador secreto y que se mantendrá a las sombras. Solo quiere que sepas que te quiere.
I see. So, from Galerius then?
¡Pum! En la carita, ya lo sabes.
Of course I do. I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world. But he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. The way he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort too, suspending that rope above the lake, inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart.
¿Y qué le digo?
Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So, if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too.
My God, seguro que le hará feliz escuchar
I
eso.
hope so.
Tengo que
See
irme.
you again soon, I hope.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Pues bien. Pues bien. Ganamos, gente, ganamos. Ganamos. Sexo con un pero es mejor que no sexo, señor.
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind?
Le llevé la flor que hice en tu nombre.
Thanks. What did she say?
Sabía que iba de tu parte. Me pidió que te dijera que cuando cumpla los 36 años podrá casarse y que ella también te quiere.
Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You have no idea how happy you've made me. I wish there was something I could do to thank you properly, but I don't have much to offer you. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be interested in.
Te escucho.
In the rock tunnel, near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path, and I'm not game to move it. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small fortune waiting for you. I hope that helps in some way.
¿Qué opinas de la selección? ¿Alguna te has pensado en presentarte a candidato?
I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting duly set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, it talks a lot about...
Malleolus se ha retirado de las elecciones.
He did? Oh, that was unexpected. I wonder what could have possessed him to do that. Well, I guess it's time for me to step up then. I'll let Equitia know I'll be running.
¡Vamos!
All right. See you.
Vale, entonces tenemos al suicida, que va a votar por este señor porque le ha salvado la vida.
Shalom, friend.
¿A quién vas a votar?
Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for
¿Te plantearías votar a Galerio?
Galerius, the farmer. He's a good man, but I think he's more valuable on the farm than as magistrate.
Ah. ¿Sabes cómo salir de aquí?
Sentius. Galerius, the farmer.
Vale.
Right.
Voto para Senkius. Siguiente. Este señor... Thank you forever. Tonto este.
What now?
¿A quién vas a votar?
I'm not going. What?
No va a ir. Ok. Así que vamos 2-0.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there.
Name's Rufius. See you.
Guardar partida. No te he guardado. Rufio. ¿A quién vas a votar? Galerio. Me curó el reumatismo. Por primera vez en mucho tiempo no estoy constantemente dolorido. Es un buen hombre. Vamos a hablar de otra cosa. ¿Eres tú quien está amenazando a Virgilio? No sé de qué me hablas. Sé que fuiste tú. Encontré una carta sin terminar en tus aposentos. Dejar que la parte de ahora tampoco le iba a hacer daño. Solo estaba acosando un poco. Buena. Buena. Dile a Virgilio que Rufio lo dejará en paz. Voy a limpiar el graffiti, así que vamos a olvidar lo que ha pasado, ¿vale? Muy bien, sin problema. Y voy a hablar con el puto libertario este y va a decir: ay, no sé a quién voy a votar. Y yo, toma los huevos de oro, gilipollas. Y va a votar al granjero. Y ya estaría.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to our little community. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did.
No te preocupes por las amenazas. Es solo Rufio y no va a hacerte daño.
What demon or spirit told you about that?
He encontrado una carta incompleta en su casa.
You went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it?
Sí, no volverá a molestarte más.
Really? How did you manage that?
He encontrado un tratamiento para el reumatismo que le perturbaba y que empeoraba el resto de sus problemas.
Ah, poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out.
Es un placer para ayudar. Creo que él también quiere ayudar a quitar el graffiti.
Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him.
Novios, ¿a quién vas a votar?
Well, Cynthia seems to know what he's doing. Nobody's broken the golden rule under his watch so far.
¿Puedo hacer algo para cambiarlo?
My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking. Well, Cynthia... All right. Nice to talk to you.
3-1. Desio.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Mírale, ahí está limpiando. Panas. Vale.
Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious bow you're carrying. Do you mind if I ask where you acquired it?
Me hice con el santuario de Diana y acto seguido descubrí que me habías encerrado dentro con unos avispones muy enfadados. Logré escapar y tras un calvario horrible en el palacio y viajar en el tiempo, aquí estoy. Nunca me creía que te lo dijeras. No está a la venta. Por un buen precio te puedo decir dónde puedes conseguir tu uno. No está a la venta. ¿A quién vas a votar? Me gustaría que votaras a Galerio. ¿Cambiaréis de opinión con un regalo?
Certainly, for a few thousand denarii.
No digo... No pago sin embargo encontrar. Seguro que no... Aquí tienes 3000 denarios.
Pleasure doing business. Can I help you with anything else?
Tengo que irme.
Very well. Another time.
Vale, vale. Ya tengo dos. Tengo dos personas. Tengo dos personas. Tengo dos personas. Tengo a este y tengo a este. Dos. Este y el leal van a votar por el otro. 2 a 2. 2 a 2. El tonti ese de ahí no va a votar. Maleolus no creo que vote. Y si vota no va a votar por su enemigo de toda la vida. ¿A quién vas a votar, Calvo? A Galerio, venga, venga. Le salvó la vida, amiga Flava. Ya está, ya está, ya está. Es pana. Vamos a hablar de otra cosa. Es pana. Es pana. Es pana. Vamos a guardar la partida. Es pana. 3-3. ¿3-3 por qué? La sacerdotisa va a votar también. Es verdad, la sacerdotisa tiene que votar. ¿Cómo van las elecciones? ¿A quién vas a votar? ¿Puedo votar? Puedes influenciar, me parece bien. ¿Cuál ha sido tu papel en las elecciones? ¿Podemos comenzar ya las elecciones? Hacerlas pronto puede evitar conflictos entre los votantes. Vamos a ver. Vamos a ver. Es verdad, Uplio, ese señor vota por Senkyu. Vamos a ver quién no vota y veo a ver quién puedo, a quién puedo convencer. Acabo de guardar, así que cargamos y a correr. Y a correr. Pero sí, no caigo en quién me falta, tío. Estos dos van a votar por Senkyu. Este va a votar por Don Limpio. Este por Don Limpio. Este por Senkyus. Tenemos Mr. Plopper, Senkyus, Senkyus, Mr. Ploppel, Mr. Ploppel, Senkyus. 3-3. Entonces falta la Vesta para desempatar, supongo. Y espero que ella vote por el calvo. Es su corazón, es su amor, su corazoncito. Claro, es que falta este de aquí, pero este ha dicho que no va a venir. Y el otro señor obviamente no va a votar tampoco. Falta aquí uno. Pero ¿quién es aquí? Falta el encarcelado que desempataría. Sí, puede ser.
As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots, and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Galerius.
Virgil.
Sentius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved...
¡Oh!
Rufius.
¡Oh! ¡Madre mía! Te como el pito circuncidado, compadre.
Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helva.
Uplio era pana todo este tiempo.
Magistrate Galerius.
Uplio era pana todo este tiempo.
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. but I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Vámonos.
It's almost as if you're trying to extend my lifespan. It's almost as if you're trying to...
Que te den, puto. Vale.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Sí que lo ves, sí que lo ves. A callar.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georges I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Dooley.
Hello? I'm Dooley. Magistrate Galerius said I should thank the newcomer. Are you the newcomer?
Sí soy.
Oh, it is you. Then, thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so happy. You
You're
can have
welcome.
my shiny plaque if you want, and maybe you can help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, and he said he always... But before that,
¿Qué era?
he gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. Please help me find it. Please.
Vale, te ayudaré.
Oh, thank you.
Llave superior está debajo. El aljibe superior está debajo del gran templo. La entrada debe andar por aquí. Coger
I can find it in the cistern. Oh, look over there. Maybe it is treasure. I can see it for myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it.
Va a romper la puta regla de oro, tío. Una inscripción en griego. Hades, señor de muchos. Ni se te ocurra.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
No pasa nada, no pasa nada. Teníamos lo que necesitamos. Teníamos lo que necesitamos. Tenemos lo que necesitamos. No necesito ya dinero, ¿no? O sea, estoy ya a tope. No sé. Pero por si acaso cógelo. Que me matan. Es que no puedes aguantar ni 5 minutos sin romper la regla de oro. ¿Cuánto duré?
Salve, friend.
Soy Incesito y tacatá. Julia se muere. Rufio está amenazando a Virgilio, pero si le das algo de corteza sobre, de ayudar a Renamo y se tramará. Tienes que evitar que Fabia entre en el santuario vacío. Decirle al recién llegado que allí es donde encontrará lo que busca. Evitar que Fabia entre en el santuario vacío y decirle al recién llegado que allí es... ¿Qué? Dile a Maleolo que sabe su nombre real de quien guardes a Claudia y que Nero le manda saludos. Después pídele que retire las elecciones y que libere a los esclavos.
What? Are you...
Tienes que evitar que Fabia entre en el santuario vacío y decirle al recién llegado... Ah, que ayer no encontraron lo que busca. Claro, el recién llegado no soy yo, es el otro. Ala, ala, corre, corre, corre. Vale, nos vamos al aljibe. ¡Ay! ¡Dios mío! ¡Puto trigger de mierda! ¡Por favor! ¡Aparece! ¡Aparece, trigger de mierda! ¡Aparece, por Dios! ¡Aparece, puto trigger de mierda, por favor!
Salve, friend. You? All right.
Vale, vamos a ver. Devuelvo las 4 piedras al corazón de oro. El aljibe superior, la llave de Dully. Dijo que Aníbal encuentra la forma de sacar a Dully de presión. Dully dijo que si Galileo es elegido, lo liberará. Pero no, o sea, no quiero sacarle, porque si le saco... O sea, eso lo he hecho ya, y todo se ha ido a la puta. No voy a hacer la sidequest de corazón de oro. No voy a hacerla.
On your best behavior, I trust.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Whoa.
No, espera. Aníbal, la clave, algo muy importante en el aljibe superior. Aljibe superior. Vale, bueno, el aljibe superior. Ok, aljibe superior. ¿No será debajo del templo? Debajo del... Se me olvidaba esto. Aljibe superior. Puerta. Cerrada. Abre el aljibe superior con la llave de Dully. Corazón de oro desbloqueado. Sí, que esto es para... O sea, para desbloquear el... Claro, o sea, para llegar hasta aquí rápido, ya decía yo. Digo, eso es lo único que nos queda. Era la forma de asegurarte de que ibas a pillar a... De que ibas a pillar a Senquilla, vaya. Vale, muy bien. Devuelve las 4 placas y crea paradeja temporal. Todas las demás están completadas. ¡Se viene, gente! ¡Se viene! Se viene, gente, se viene. Se viene. Se viene. Su nombre, ponte a gran templo. Hades, señor de muchos, concédeme una audiencia. Nergal, el fiero, concédeme una audiencia. Osiris, señor del silencio, concédeme una audiencia. Plutón, padre de las riquezas, concédeme una audiencia. Me pregunto si todas habrían servido. Nergal el fiero, concédeme una audiencia. The many will suffer. Vale, creo que no. Vale, seguro que la pista está en... O sea, esto es... Vale, a ver. Vale, esto es como romano, ¿no? Porque es como muy sobrecargado. Esto es más griego, porque es más sencillo. Así que aquí le tengo que decir Hades. Señor de muchos, concédeme una audiencia. Vale, ahora entro, esto es, ¿sabes? Así en plan egipcio, así, ¿sabes? Rollo... Así en plan tal, así que voy y le digo, Osiris, señor de silencio, concédeme una audiencia. Y ahora aquí ya entro, ¿sabes? Si tengo aquí esto así en plan... ¡Wow! Super tal. Nergal el fiero conceme una audiencia. Se te va la olla, ¿eh? Salgo del Animus, papá. ¿Era los más todo este tiempo? A ver.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You are unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will.
Se viene. Se viene. ¿Cuál es tu historia?
My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know?
¿Eres un dios?
It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect.
Es un alien.
There are rules even I must obey.
¿Por qué pareces un hombre y hablas como un hombre?
My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords: desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive.
Se hizo horny. Se hizo horny. ¿Quién es la mujer de a tu izquierda?
This is my beloved.
Es Karen.
Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpine to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal.
No digas nada de mis susurros, no puedes saberlo. Ok.
Your gaze lingers too long.
¿Me dejas ver tu forma real?
No. Long ago I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that.
¿Quién se encuentra a tu derecha?
That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by
La Karen.
names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kurti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions.
Vamos a hablar de otra cosa.
As you wish.
¿Qué es este lugar?
It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago.
¿Cuál fue la apuesta que hiciste?
That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and
Y horny.
You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in me, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting.
¿Quién es tu gente?
There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpina.
¿Quién construye la ciudad?
As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten.
¿Cómo decidiste quién vendría aquí?
To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persepone's along with it.
¿Cómo se enteraron los humanos de la existencia del inframundo?
It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas.
Eneas.
Told embellished tales of
La buena Eneas.
how to get here and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth. Of course.
¿Tú eres el responsable de la regla de oro?
That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing.
¿Por qué convertir a la gente en oro?
That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, the silent golden sentinels.
Así que tú eres el responsable de destrozar todas esas vidas.
I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it.
¿De dónde han salido estos arcos dorados?
When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. A consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies.
Las Furies. ¿Qué consideras un pecado?
I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not?
Un poquito sí. Siempre he vivido de esa manera. Parece que tú tampoco la has defendido mucho. Ese principio no es tan fácil de aplicar como parece.
For you, perhaps.
¿Cómo se sabe cuando alguien está pecando?
I'm able to commune with all the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes.
¿Proserpina está conectada a las estatuas de la misma forma?
If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask?
Ten cuidado, no sabe que habla contigo. Por nada.
Then what an odd question.
He visto cosas terribles que consideraste pecado. ¿Por qué dejaste que ocurrieran?
Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example?
Un suicidio.
I have seen no such thing, but in any case, taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others, however they may be affected by it. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide has done anything unto others.
Esa me parece una forma extremadamente literal de interpretar la regla.
Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. A literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities of your primitive language.
En vuestra lengua primitiva. Ajá. Si vuestra lengua está llena de ambigüedades, ¿no significa que eso, que la regla es inherentemente subjetiva y poco fiable?
Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
Tengo razón y lo sabes.
Then your desire to be right outweighs your desire to survive. You will make a fine statue.
Basta el cháchara, voy a poner punto y final a esto. Saca el arco dorado. ¡No! ¡No!
Do you really think you can wound me, a god, with that primitive weapon?
Puede que seas inmortal, pero tu amada no lo es.
How dare you threaten her? This ends now.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Coge la corona de Proserpina. Vuelve a retrasar el tiempo de enseñar a Plutón que tiene la corona de Proserpina. Vuelve a retrasar el tiempo de enseñar a Plutón que tiene la corona de Proserpina. ¿Hola? Energaldias. ¿Cuál es tu historia? Eres un dios. Hablas, forma real. ¿Quién es la mujer de tu izquierda? ¿Quién se encuentra a tu derecha? Vamos a hablar de otra cosa. ¿Qué es este lugar? ¿Cómo se enteró su madre del sitio de inframundo? Sumeria, Deciste quién vendría aquí, aleatorio, quién construyó la ciudad, tacatá, cuál es la puerta que hiciste, tacatá. La The Rules of the Many. A ver, ¿quién es tu gente? La gente de tal, vamos a hablar de otra cosa. Eran todas las preguntas que tenía que hacer. Entonces he pasado la regla de oro. ¿Por qué convertir? ¿Qué consideras un pecado? Conceder su deseo, Si eres el personaje de esforzar todas estas vidas. ¿Dónde han salido estos arcos dorados? Es el arco de Diana que heredaros. ¿Cómo se sabe cuando alguien está pecando? La gente lo ve porque la estatua por nada, what are questions. ¿Qué consideras un pecado? Tacata. Parece que tú tampoco lo has defendido mucho. He visto cosas terribles que no consideraste pecado. ¿Por qué dejaste que ocurrieran? Una estafa o un precio exorbitado por una medicina que salva vidas. No querría que otra persona pidiera no querría que otra persona pidiera el precio exorbitante por la medicina que necesita si se está muriendo. Madre mía, el libertario. No estoy de acuerdo. No, por supuesto que no, no importa. Experimentos de las estatuas doradas. Dudo que quisiera que experimentaran con ellas si estuviera bañado en oro. Madre mía. Me parece una forma extremadamente literal de interpretar la ley. Ambigüedad es poco fiable. Servidumbre por deudas. No querría estar atado de pies y manos por un contrato de trabajo de 30 años por culpa de un préstamo. Todo este concepto de servidumbre por deudas, al igual que la esclavitud, no es ético. En el lugar de donde vengo es ilegal, de acuerdo con las leyes internacionales. Es muy habitual pedir un préstamo para comprar una casa y en algunos lugares para pagar todos tus estudios. Depende, normalmente décadas, a veces toda una vida. ¡Hijo de puta! No es lo mismo.
Supposing you are right and my law has been broken and I should turn you all to now
una estafa.
The tavern keeper, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule?
No querría que otra persona le vendiera cicuta si pensara que está comprando un medio de huida.
I disagree. Having watched that tavern keeper, that is precisely what she would expect from others. She would view it as a game, one she intends to win.
No sabes lo que esperas, son solo especulaciones.
Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation.
¿No significa eso que es inherentemente subjetiva y poco fiable?
Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man.
¿Y crees que sabes lo que piensa el resto de la gente?
Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken.
Por supuesto, no.
Now
No importa. Suicidio, secuestro.
I'm taking the blind. Now
Secuestro. No me extraña que la gente diga que los dioses son crueles. Esto solo demuestra lo poco fiable y subjetivo que es tu código moral. Te cuesta distinguir el bien y el mal igual que cualquier humano. Secuestro.
abduction. You mean the magistrate imprisoning his daughter in the cistern, I take it. He did so because she sought to escape. A sin I take particularly seriously. Better that he stops her from escaping, albeit brutishly, than I have to wipe out this entire city to punish her. Wouldn't you agree?
Me parece bien.
Now tell me, what others...
No me extraña que la gente diga que los dioses son crueles. Esto demuestra que lo poco fiable y subjetivo que es tu código moral. Te cuesta distinguir el bien y el mal igual que cualquier otro humano.
Do you honestly think you could do better?
No, pero a eso me refiero. Nadie tiene una idea tan clara del bien y del mal como para poder confiarle tanto poder. Te has convertido en un tirano.
I should strike you down for that.
Y si lo hicieras, me darías la razón. ¡Oh! ¡Madre mía! La sacada de polla, papá.
Now, did you have any other questions before your reckoning? Very well.
Eran todas las preguntas que quería hacer.
Good. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see to the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Carol, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
Quizás se te olvidan cosas. Con la edad que tienes. Vengo del futuro.
If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
He cannot know.
Lo hizo por Serpina.
That would explain why you first appeared in her shrine. But how is that possible? She has slumbered for 3,000 years.
Estás en peligro. Lo siento, Retir, no es lo que digo.
So I see. But then I would not expect enough of this. It seems I will... Why have you come here?
Te venía a matarte, saca el arco dorado. Solo quiero salir de aquí. Me gustaría ponerle punto y final a la regla de oro.
Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called golden rule?
Si haces esto por amor, has de saber que Proserpina no te quiere. ¿Cómo pretendes que vivamos sin pecado si incluso tú puedes hacerlo? La regla de oro está corrompiendo esta ciudad y asegurándose que nunca ganes la apuesta.
How so? And be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up.
Desio está poniendo los precios de las medicinas por las nubes. Río se ha vuelto tan paranoico que se asusta hasta de las sombras, como la de sexualidades de Virgilio. Ahora se ha aprovechado la desesperación de la gente para vender cicuta. Maleolo ha llevado a la gente a la servidumbre por deudas, convirtiéndose tal.
His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day.
Aurelia ha aprovechado la desesperación de la gente para vender cicuta.
I admit, I have grown disturbed watching her.
Luffy se ha vuelto tan paranoico que se asusta hasta de las sombras como del asesor de Virgilio.
He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one.
Desi está poniendo precios a las medicinas por las nubes porque sabe que nadie se las puede quitar por la fuerza.
True. I have witnessed him doing that. If you're right, my involvement has corrupted the very thing I sought to observe impartially. But if I were to accept that, are you telling me these humans could coexist peacefully, without theft or violence, without my law?
No, pero los humanos tienen que poder utilizar la fuerza en casos excepcionales para corregir la sociedad.
How so?
Usamos la violencia para evitar los malos comportamientos, para neutralizar a los criminales y para derrocar a los tiranos.
And how is that working for you?
En el lugar que vengo, dentro de 2000 años, funciona bastante bien. La esperanza de vida media está en aumento y la delincuencia está disminuyendo.
So you say, and yet your world is still imperfect.
Cada vez es mejor, un día lo conseguiremos. Nuestro mundo siempre será imperfecto, pero la clase de fuerza que se requiere para crear una utopía desembocará en tiranía.
You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning. But that would mean Jupiter, Proserpina's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never win. Why would he do that?
Quizá te abandonó porque incluso tu propia especie no te quería. Quizá se sentía amenazado por tu presencia y no quería a ningún posible contendiente de Elisio. Igual él también cometió un error. Igual quería que abandonases la apuesta para que liberases a Proserpina.
Perhaps, but if that was so, surely I would have sensed his deception. How could I have been so blind for so long?
No eres mejor que nosotros, eres un monstruo con ínfulas de grandeza. Quizá cuando adoptaste forma humana también adoptaste debilidades humanas. Quizás tu amor por Proserpina te cegó, es algo humano.
Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much for a long time now. And I cannot deny.
¡Ganamos, gente! ¡Ganamos!
I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice. Quite the opposite. Everything I have done, I did because I loved her. Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
Solo queremos volver al mundo.
Very well. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest.
Eso no es lo que quiero.
It is not up to me. You see, once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready?
Todo listo.
Farewell, mortal.
Comenzar de inframundo para abolir la regla de oro. Una tarea hercúlea. Alworth.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Alworth venía en tu busca.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Me llamo Lynx XD.
Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about, fortunately
Vale,
for us,
sí.
the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius.
Galerius
who inscribed
escribió algo
on
sobre una
a
lápida.
tablet. Apparently there was a community of 20-something people
20
trapped
personas
and living in
atrapadas.
fear of a curse they called
La
the
regla de oro.
Golden Rule. They believed that if even one
Una persona que cometiera
person
un
sinned,
pecado, una deidad
an
desconocida lo
unknown
cobraría de
god
oro.
would cast them all into gold,
1000 personas que
like
vinieron
1,000
aquí
people
antes
who'd
que
lived
ellos.
here before them. Then, one day, just
Porque
as
Galerio,
Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the
el
ills of the
oráculo,
city,
soy
like
yo el
saving the
oráculo.
life of a dying woman, preventing the suicide of a man in debt bondage, freeing a falsely accused prisoner, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city.
Oh.
The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him, and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years?
De hecho, sí soy yo. Me parece un poco exagerado. Los romanos, están locos estos romanos. De hecho, era yo.
What? Oh, I see. For a moment there I thought you were serious. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
Estoy justo detrás de ti. Punto de origen, vuelvo al río.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment.
Buena idea.
You go on.
A ver si vamos a la Karen.
You're back! But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al?
Lo he encontrado, llegará un momento.
What a relief. Why don't you tell me what you discovered?
He descubierto que no es quien dijiste ser. Recuerdo haberte conocido hace 2000 años.
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
¿Quién es?
You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we... I do not enjoy deceiving people.
5 años de experiencia, familiaridad, tal, ¿cuál es la verdad? Habías muerto. ¿Cómo he muerto? No quiero saberlo, prefiero recordarlo. Supongo que no.
A wise decision. All you need to know is that you and Al died in possession of a sacred silver coin.
Plutón dijo que mi moneda y la de Al eran las últimas que existían. ¿Eso qué te dice?
It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course.
¿Qué tienen de especial esas monedas?
Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans.
Los óvulos.
A long time ago, my orders were...
Sí, Plutón me dijo que mi moneda era la última de las de este tipo. ¿Eso qué te dice? Para cada vez que a propósito, 5000, ¿puede volver a la tierra de los vivos?
No point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Muy bien, Caronte, llévanos a casa. Y ya fue. Ganamos hablando. ¡Oh! ¡Oh! El final de verdad. Un año más tarde. ¡Oh! ¡Oh! Pilín. ¡Oh! 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 ¡Oh!
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about the underworld. Anyway, after everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius's tablet, and I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you, I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
Ahí los sumerios y los egipcios y los griegos y los romanos. ¡Oh! Hola. Es Galerio.
You're finally here. Remember me?
Hicieron bebés estos dos. Estos dos hicieron cosas. Galerio, ¿qué haces aquí? Se convirtió en el negro de Brothers. ¿Era él todo este tiempo?
Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life.
¿Ahora estás con Equisia?
I know. I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there.
Me encantaría, cuenta conmigo. ¿Qué es de tu vida?
Oh, I used Karen's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
Hay gente a la que le gusta que las uñas regulen la mierda, no pasa nada. Me alegra haberte visto de nuevo, Valerio.
Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
Oh, hello.
Dooley, madre mía, Equisia.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you.
Me alegra verte, Equisia.
So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods.
Oh, hello.
As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable.
Está con el negro de Brothers. Y tiene polla for days, que se dice. For days. ¿Qué es de tu vida?
Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just
¿Encintos?
bought a villa in the countryside with room for a large family and Dooley too, of course. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us, for all of us.
¿Cómo está Livia?
Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself.
Yo me encargo. Me alegro de verte, Equisia.
See you at the wedding, I hope.
¿Te vas a casar con el bombo? Eso es problemático.
There he is.
Speed, madre mía.
Hello, I'm Dooley.
Recuerdo quién eres, Dooley.
Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper.
Se arregla los dientes.
Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't like it.
¿Qué es de tu vida?
I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now, and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth.
Siento que no hayas encontrado tu tesoro.
Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now. Galerius got me a box that tells stories. It's my favorite thing.
Es una radio, supongo. Las cajas de historias son geniales, ¿verdad?
Yeah, they're fun.
Me alegra haberte visto de nuevo, Dully.
Bye bye.
Relieve de Proserpina. Un relieve en el que están sentados en un puerto circular. Proserpina de Roma en el ciclo de la vida y renovación. Su historia es un poco desoladora.
It's you.
Escudo romano, típico conocido como scutum.
Hey.
Bueno, el Horacio, madre mía.
Hi there, I'm Horatius.
Hola, Horacio.
I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life. And reuniting Centilla with us as well. So, thank you.
¿Qué le ha pasado a tu amigo Dominicus?
He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC. So he started some kind of underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome.
Entiendo.
Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out. And his life along with it. You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
Madre mía. Parece que se ha llevado su merecido.
You're not wrong.
Siento que no pudieras volver a ver a tu hija.
Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time. But that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever.
Bien dicho.
Thanks.
Los estoicos, madre mía. ¿Qué es de tu vida?
I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides.
Me alegra haberte visto de nuevo, Horacio.
And you. Farewell.
Hola, Senkia.
I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming.
Me alegra verte de nuevo, Senkia.
Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is, we'll never see him again.
¿Qué es de tu vida?
Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere.
¿Qué le pasa a Senkius?
He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me.
Una vez me dijo que quería vivir para siempre.
Then I suppose he got his wish.
Me alegra verte de nuevo, Senkia.
You too. See you around.
Julia.
You're the Oracle, right?
Lynx XD está bien.
Oh, of course. Sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation.
¿Qué es de tu vida?
Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about.
La cosa está, o sea, hay otros continentes que Roma no sabía que existían, pero la gente de esos continentes quieren montarse en ese carruaje de Pegaso y venir hasta los sitios que Roma conocía. Entonces, pues bueno, existen, sí, pero cuidado. Si vas para allá, no comas comida porque pica mucho y lo mismo te da una cosa que se llama la venganza de Moctezuma, que bueno, mejor no investigues al respecto. Ver al mundo desde una perspectiva nueva suena maravilloso.
I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day.
¿Qué pasó entre Maleolo y Claudia?
Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude?
Schadenfreude. Creo que tienes permiso para sentirte así.
Thank you. You're very kind.
¿Qué le pasa a Aurelia?
Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently, he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... what was it? Nigeria? Some people have all the luck.
¡No! 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 No te preocupes, algo me dice que se va a llevar su merecido.
Well, you are the oracle, so I suppose I'll take your word for it.
No!
I feel better already.
No!
Thank you.
Por favor, Aurelia, no. Madre mía. Ah, que la Den es una puta que le echaba cicuta a la gente. Que la follen. Me alegra haberte visto de nuevo, Julia.
You too. If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there.
Te tomo la palabra.
I hope so.
Lucrecia.
You are here. It's nice to finally meet you.
Hola, Lucrecia.
Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So... I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time.
Me alegra verte de nuevo, Lucy.
You too. Don't be a stranger.
Qué horror. Qué horror, qué horror, qué horror. Qué horror. El filósofo ermitaño. ¡Oh, ha salido él también!
I take it you're the oracle everybody's talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
Ya nos hemos visto antes, aunque no espero que me recuerdes.
We have? I'm sorry, I don't remember. In any case, I'm Philip. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it.
¿Qué es de tu vida?
I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again.
Dios mío, me alegra verte visto de
My
nuevo.
sincere thanks once again.
Georgio.
Greetings. You must be the legendary oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius.
Me alegra verte, Giorgio.
I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that I am most grateful.
Hello.
¿Qué es de tu vida?
I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won.
Cuenta conmigo. Me alegra verte esta nueva, Giorgio.
You too, my friend.
You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia.
Hola, Fabio. ¿Por qué te has vestido como un personaje de los Picapiedras? Explícamelo, Fabio. Dios mío.
Sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by that shrine for sure.
De nada.
I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone together again, even if it's just for one more night.
¿Qué es de tu vida?
Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Karen gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive.
Joder. Me alegra verte feliz.
Thank you. I really am.
Me alegra verte, Fabio.
You too.
Hay veces que una nace basic y se muere basic. No hay más. Octavia.
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Yo también me alegro de verte, Octavia.
I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last
Tienes que haber sido una monja.
than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it.
¿De qué es tu vida? ¿Qué es de tu vida?
I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him.
Parece causa lobre, bien por ti.
Thank you. That means a lot.
Me alegra verte de nuevo, Octavia.
And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after this, if you'd like to join us.
Me parece bien, me apunto.
Wonderful. I'll see you soon.
Good evening.
Livia.
Greetings.
Me alegra verte también, Livia.
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium.
¿Has leído algún poema bueno últimamente?
Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit.
El bueno del Poe.
Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence.
Bien dicho. ¿Qué es de tu vida?
I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while. At least until I'm well enough to be independent again.
Me alegra verte de nuevo, Livia.
And you. Farewell, friend.
Some soiree, innit?
Desio, eres gilipollas tú, ¿eh?
Ah, hello at last. You must be the oracle I've heard so much about. I'm Dacius.
Hola, Desio.
Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you.
No hace falta que me las gracias. No ha sido en absoluto adrede.
Such acerbic wit. I love it.
¿Qué es de tu vida?
I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the oracle and future seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend?
Biconé. Me temo... Aunque pudiera, no te ayudaría.
Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer.
Al alquiler de DVD le espera un futuro brillante. La televisión va a ser la siguiente gran innovación. La prensa impresa va a volver a ponerse de moda.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm gonna make a bloody fortune.
Tengo que irme.
Of course, don't let me keep you. Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
Ay, qué gilipollas. Cabash.
It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle.
Gracias, Cabash.
You know my name? Oh, of course. You are an Oracle. You know many things. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous.
¿Qué es de tu vida?
For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun.
Parece que te lo has ganado.
Indeed.
Me alegra haberte visto de nuevo, Cabash.
Thank you, Oracle.
Rufio. Son novios, seguro.
Nice to meet you.
Yo también me alegro de verte, Rufio.
I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff.
¿Qué es de tu vida?
I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Destroyed in the war, and it...
seguro.
Itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. An adjustment at a time.
I'm well. Sucking dick. Hasta bien volver a verte, Rufo.
You too. Look us up next time you're in the Netherlands. We're grateful.
Virgilio, ¿qué tal? Virgil.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Me alegra verte,
I wanted
Virgilio.
to thank you personally for getting us out of there. And for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow.
Por supuesto, ¿qué es de tu vida?
I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets, full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are.
Me alegro verte visto de nuevo,
You
Virgilio.
too, as Rufus said in his own laconic way. If you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
Puede que te tome la palabra.
Hello there.
Senquilia, hola.
Oh, I go by
La
Gabriella
Basic.
now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him.
Lo siento, no tenía idea.
Don't worry, nobody did.
¿Qué es de tu vida?
I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine.
Ah, puede que lo haga. Me alegra verte esto de nuevo, Gabriela.
Thanks. You too.
Ulpio.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius.
Yo también logré verte,
I
Ulpio.
understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'll be forever in your debt.
¿Qué es de tu vida?
I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope?
Vaya, no hay más espacio en el disco duro. No, no hay más espacio en el disco duro. Bueno, habrá que exportar directamente desde...
Sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier.
Me alegra verte feliz.
Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you. You
Me alegra
too.
verte, Ulpios. La placa griega. Señor que mira para arriba. Los estos romanos. Más pilines. El inframundo. Griegos. Museos.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
La Perséfone.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time.
Reconozco esa voz.
Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention.
Llevas todo este tiempo susurrándome.
Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected.
Hiciste lo que pudiste, gracias. ¿Creaste tú el bucle temporal?
I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him. and there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along and see him for what he was. We were all fortunate you came along when you did.
¿Qué ha sido de Plutón?
I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way.
¿Qué ha sido de Caronte?
Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day.
Ha sido un placer conocerte.
And you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city?
Por supuesto.
Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus.
¿Ese soy yo? No jodas.
Be proud.
¿Me han hecho una estatua a mí? Un poco jodido lo tuyo, ¿eh? Un poco jodido, ¿eh? Final 4 de 4, pulsa escape para continuar. ¡Wow! ¡Wow! Bastante bien. Bastante bien. Buah, yo estoy estudiando Derecho y yo me voy a apuntar al ejército. Yo voy a proceder a salvar vidas. Yo estoy ahí discutiendo con la gente. El Philip sería Filipo, si fuese romano. No sé, o sea, tiene que ser un filósofo conocido. Por eso no le dejan el nombre, ¿no? Para el que sepa, para el que lo reconozca y diga, oh, es este socrático perdido, ¿no? O sea, tiene que ser la esta. Pero la esta fue el príncipe nigeriano, qué hijo de puta, me cago en la leche. Pero sí. Y una tía, no, yo pues como. Y como tengo dinero para todo lo que quiero, como y veo series el día entero con los yoga pants y es como, joder, pues ok. Pero bueno, sí, bastante bonito. Bastante bonito. Lo importante es que Rufus comió polla. Y eso a mí me hace feliz. Y eso a mí me hace very much happy. Very, 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 very much happy. Y la Basic mirando memes a muerte. Es bonito. Los novios. Un mensaje a nuestros desarrolladores. Esperemos que hayáis disfrutado con The Forgotten City. Nos encantaría crear juegos incluso mejores en el futuro y puede ayudarnos si recomienda The Forgotten City a un amigo o escribes una reseña. Cuanta más gente juega a nuestros juegos, más subiremos de nivel. Si quieres ser de los primeros en encargarte de nuestro siguiente proyecto, únete a nosotros aquí. Ya he avisado a la peña. Ya he avisado a la peña de que su juego está maravillosamente bien y es cojonudísimo. Pues final wholesome. Los 4 finales, todo muy bien. Tengo curiosidad. 40 logros, wow. 40 logros. Vamos a ver qué logros faltan. Tourist, usar el photo mode. Fiverr, mentir 10 veces. Maverick, skip the city tour. Minimalist, alcanza el mejor final con el menor número de loops. Law Abiding Citizen, acaba el juego sin provocar. Without looping through time once. Acaba el juego sin loopear ni una vez. Wow. Super looper. Loopea a través del tiempo 10 veces. Joder, pero si hicimos 10 veces el tiempo. Bueno, no sé, en fin. Cosas que ocurren, no los voy a pillar. Pero oye, bastante bien. Bastante bonito. Me ha gustado mucho el juego. Han sido 3 capitulillos. Ha estado bien, ha estado sexy, ha estado fun. Hemos jugado también el buen Candlekeep. Se ha cenado, se ha comido, hemos charlado, hemos hecho cositas. Así que voy a cortar, voy a exportar estas 2 cosas para pues mañana ir liberando mierdas y cosillas de estas. Y no sé, gente, pues eso, pues un besito. Mañana haremos el minicast y mañana haremos el minicast y haremos Darkest Dungeon. O sea que vénganse, que será bonito, será fun y no sé, les quiero, un besito.